Okay, Shalom Israel. Hope everybody's doing well. Shout out. We did it before or after? Yeah, we do it before. Shout out SOW Houston, Virginia, Rochester, New York. Shout out Sport of Truth family in Atlanta, California, Cabo Cabo, Guatemala. Hope everybody's doing well today. We're going to continue in our topics concerning Israel and the fall of Israel. Once again, just a reminder, the High Holy Day Feast of Tabernacles is going to be September 30th and October 1st. So please get your Shekoyim if you're going. We need to sit back and pay these people. We can't have everybody come here on the 30th and there's no money here to pay these people. And we're out here like, Mr. Charlie, I don't know what we're going to do. I mean, I know we were supposed to come here. We ain't got the money for it. So let's make sure we get our Shekoyim in. Just pay the Sword of Truth San Antonio Cash App. Send the payment there, and we can get everybody ready to go for a quality good time to spend with each other and bond and work on the brotherhood with each other. But with all that being said and all that out of the way, well, also September 14th. Yes, sir.
What's the amount?
It's per person is like 10. Oh. So we're not even asking a whole lot now.
If I don't make it, I'll just send it. Okay.
Oh, okay, it's all good. We just
Yeah.
It's like 50 for a whole big family.
Okay.
But also just a reminder that Memorial Blowing the Trumpets is September 14th sundown. Obviously to the September 15th sundown. Day of Atonement is going to be September 23rd sundown until September 24th sundown. And then the Tabernacles actually goes from September 28th to October 5th. We're going to actually do our gathering, like I said, on the 30th to the 1st of October. So just a little heads up on what the plans and itinerary for September is. It's going to be a lot of gatherings and coming together. So this is always a good time to get reacquainted with each other.
God.
And we'll go into all that detail when we get into the classes concerning it. But just want to give everybody a reminder about the gatherings and just everything required for it. Okay? Was that?
I feel like you just did it.
Okay.
No, it's coming fast.
Oh yeah, it is. It is coming. You look up, man, and it's Passover, then it's Feast of Tabernacles, then it's Purim, then it's Passover again. It just goes like this.
Yep.
Time is flying. Sometimes it feels like it's going to take forever for Christ to come back, and then you look day to day, time is flying. So keep that in mind. Hopefully, we use that as a springboard to change and evolve and personally grow, because that's all we can do to show the Most High that, not yet, show the Most High that we're serious about changing. But anyway, you might as well do it now. It's cooking now. Let's sit our present. Imagine Mapanya, Yerah Shalom.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Okay. Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai?
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai?
Nothing to know. Award. Zayawam. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the light this day. Thank you, so be it. This table's bigger.
Yeah, it feels good.
Yeah.
Okay. Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai?
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai?
Nothing to know. Rayach. Nayach. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Wapanya, Yerah Shalom.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai?
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai?
Nothing to know. Shabbat. Shalom. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha, Ayanyamya, Ahaya, Ma'aya, Yabuwa'a, Isaiah, Yabuwa'a. Ma, Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemayim, Wa'aratazah, La'a, Yanathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamayah, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashan, Shashamamah, Yashua, Yahweh, Shemaiah, Yahweh, Tazalia, Al, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yeshemaiah, Makol, Right, Yeshemaiah, Napasha, Yahweh, Yeshemaiah, Amalakia, Wa'aya, I will love.
Amen. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite freedom. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad.
Israelite credo in English. Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Avanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodesh, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakmovka, Thava'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'aratazah, Hawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Neptamanawa, Lachom, Kol, Yawam, Wasalachanawa, Chal Wathinawa, Kasalachanawa, Chal Wathinawa, Wala'ah, Thabi'anawa, Barasawan, Abo, Hawashinawa, Bayan, Right, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahatapa Arab, La'ai. Amen.
Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Ten Commandments. La'ah Yahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Achoyim, Hanya.
Thou shalt no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah, Ta'ayna, Laka, Pasal, Wala'ah, Ta'aybanim.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah, Falach Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, La Kodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah, Faratazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah, Thana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah, Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah, Tha'ana, Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah, Tha'chamad, Kol, Ashura, La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Hashem Yahshua,
blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Israel, you shopping?
Everybody seated?
All right. Okay, so we're going to do a brief recap of class last week. We're not going to make too much of it. We want to kind of recap how the Most High gave us that golden opportunity where the Babylonians were coming down and about to eradicate the Philistine nation. They burnt it down. They tore it down. The Hebrews obviously knew the Babylonians were on their way. There was a fast day implemented. Everybody was sitting back in order to pray and fast and an opportunity to reflect and ask the Most High to look after them because they were afraid that the Babylonians were going to go from the land of Philistines to the land of the Hebrews. The Most High took this as an opportunity to give Israel another chance to change by having Jeremiah write a scroll he was dictating it to Baruch. Baruch brought it to the priest. The priest sat back here and were intrigued by it, were impressed by it. Everybody was impressed by the writing until they found out who wrote it. Then they said, oh, if Jeremiah wrote this, listen, get out of here.
I'm not impressed anymore.
So we got to give this to Jehoiakim, King Jehoiakim. But you know what? You got to get out of here and don't tell us where you're going. Because this ain't going to work out. So with all that being said, it was the wintertime. And I think November, December. And the message was relayed to Jehoiakim. He did not like it. He tore it and split it in half with a damn knife, ripped it up and threw it in the fire. And that action pretty much was the end of Jehoiakim's opportunities for redemption. Because soon after that was when the fall started to escalate, started to speed up. That was around, the time that this happened was around 605 to 604 BC. Okay? We're going to read a few more chapters during this time because it talks about the 4th year of Jehoiakim's reign. The 4th year of Jehoiakim's reign was 605. He started in power in 609. And 605 was when the tributes started by the Babylonians. Don't forget, from 609 to 605, Israel was a vassal to the Egyptian kingdom. 605 was when Nebuchadnezzar came in and defeated the Egyptians and the Assyrians at the Battle of Carchemish, which is up in northern Syria, a little bit above Syria. And then, like we talked about last week, after that battle in Carchemish, Nebuchadnezzar went west to take out the Hittite kingdom, then went south and started taking out the Philistines. So anyway, the whole point of what I'm saying is Jehoiakim had a chance and an opportunity for redemption. He had a chance to actually push and thrust his nation back to serving the Most High the right way. That was the one opportunity that could have been used to galvanize Israel back to the Lord. But because of petty bickering, petty outlook issues with Jeremiah, all that got thrown out the door. Okay. With that being said, I left it at that because I think it was good to stop there and then continue today on that same path. But today, time provided, we'll be able to finalize and finish off the first part of the fall of the southern kingdom. Okay. So let's go to Jeremiah 45, verse 1 through 5. All right, let's get started. Let's get you saluted in.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Bana Shah,
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Bana Shah. I mentioned. Yahweh Hashem Yahshabakatah.
How about Hashem Yahshabakatah?
Let's get it done. So, Jeremiah 45, verse 1 through 5.
Jeremiah chapter 45, verse 1 through 5.
So once again, now we're in the 40s in the chapters. See how everything's kind of weird? How this it's not chronologically written. We were reading in Jeremiah 30, 36 earlier. Then we read in 25. We're about to go back to 35, and then we're going to jump to like 25. All this time periods are the same time period. So you're not getting it in a chronological sense. So let's read that.
Jeremiah chapter 45 and verse 1. The word that Jeremiah the prophet spake unto Baruch, the son of Neriah, when he had written these words in a book at the mouth of Jeremiah.
So this is at the same time we're reading about in Ezekiel, in Jeremiah chapter 36. It was the same time when Baruch was writing for Jeremiah. Read on.
In the 4th year of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of Judah.
Like I said, the 4th year was in 605. Read on.
Saying, Thus saith the Most High, the power of Israel, unto thee, O Baruch.
So the Most High now is speaking to Baruch. Okay, read on.
Thou didst say, Woe is me now, for the Most High hath added grief to my sorrow. I fainted in my sign, and I find no rest.
So now the Most High is saying that to Baruch, that he knows now that the grief is coming. The grief is going to be added to the sorrow because the end is nigh. The end is near. The collapse is imminent. The brother Jehoiakim had a chance to make things right. He chose his anger and his pride. He's doubling down on his position. He's not changing. The princes aren't changing. The priests aren't changing. Nobody's changing. So now at this particular time, after the writing was completed, Baruch comes to the realization that this thing is done. Read on.
Verse 4. Thus shalt thou say unto him, The Most High saith thus, Behold, that which I have built will I break down.
He said, I've built this thing since I got Israel cross over the Red Sea many years ago. I had my plan on building this city from the time that the Most High called Abraham. By the time the Most High chose Abraham. That was what the Most High's intentions was to build this up. He says that this the time period, that which I have built, I will break down. He says, now we're close to the end. Now we're here. Jehoiakim didn't want to listen. This is I've had them to hear with their pride, Manasseh's wickedness, all the way down. It's done. They got to fall now. I'm going to tear down everything I've built up this entire time. Read on.
Come. And that which I have planted, I will pluck up, even this whole land.
I'm going to pluck up all the inhabitants of this land out of Jerusalem, and I'm going to pull them out. I'm going to uproot and clean up everything that was done wrong. I'm just going to tear it up and start fresh. This is how the Most High started fresh at this time. The Most High started fresh in other times with a flood. Remember?
That's true.
And at the end, it's going to be fire. But this reason, I'm just going to start fresh by pulling all the inhabitants out so they can see how serious their actions have been and the consequences on the land. Read on.
Come. Verse 5. And seekest thou great things for thyself?
He said, in Baruch, whatever ideas of and visions of grandeur you might have had of being a great prophet of the Lord or a great man, you had goals. You want to build a family. You want to sit back here and build this, and you want to establish greatness on this end. You had all these goals in your head. He says, and seekest thou great things for thyself? Whatever plans you might have had in your head, read on.
Seek them not.
Get rid of them. Whatever plans you had.
You're not getting what you want anyway.
Nobody, first of all, he says, because I'm tearing everything up. Whatever goals you had, my prophet, get them out of your head. You're going to fall too. Everybody's falling. He said, whatever goals you might have had, dreams, the visions of sugar plums running through your head, whatever ideas and delusions of grandeur you had, get them out of your head. You're going to fall too. He said, stop seeking them. Kill those dreams. Read on.
For behold, I will bring evil upon all flesh.
Because Baruch ended up getting sent to Babylon later on. So whatever goals you had, man, you're out too. I'm taking everybody out. This verse proves that even when you're good, you got to go down with the ship.
That's true.
Nobody escapes it. When the whole head is wicked, everybody has to feel the brunt of the consequences.
And to take it back to the class we had last Monday about the Essenes. Listen, Essenes had a place called the Cave of Horrors. The Cave of Horrors was when the Romans came in and killed all the women and kids. Listen, they were righteous people. But because the nation was wicked.
Masada too.
Yeah, Masada too. Listen, we all had to go. The whole nation had to suffer. The righteous and the wicked.
Huh? And this is what the Most High, listen, and Jeremiah, I mean, Brooks, I'm going to write this down, like, whatever I want to do in my life, it's over. And this is what he's thinking, right? Whatever goals I had in my life, let them go. You ain't got, listen, forget your plans.
Yeah.
That is very humbling.
Super humbling. His life is all good just a couple years ago.
Listen, your life is over.
Yeah.
So anyway, this is a very humbling reality that the prophets had to face, let alone the people. Read on, huh? It's a very small chapter, but that verse in 5 packs a punch.
That's why it's such a small chapter.
That's all you need is verse 5. Verse 5 slams you in the damn face.
Yeah.
What does it show you? When you're around wicked people or under wicked people, sometimes you got to bear the brunt of their wickedness until they're removed.
It's a real thing, bro.
And that's the reality people want to run from.
The bad crowd out.
Just listen, it's nothing that you could have did different or better to relieve yourself from the situation. You were chosen to suffer. Some people were chosen to have to suffer even though they were good. How about that one? Yeah, that one hurts. That hurts across the board. You were just born in an age where the nation was going to fall, Baruch. No matter how righteous you were, Jeremiah, no matter how righteous you were, you had to endure. And you know what's the crazy thing is? The consolation is they're going to be labeled great in the kingdom. That's the consolation. That's the only consolation you got. In this next life, you're going to be great. Like Christ said, you're going to be the first fruits of the new kingdom. That's the consequence of the suffering that they endure. I'm not even going to say us. Oh man, my money's only so good. That's nothing compared to what these guys had to deal with, man. So anyway, read verse 5 from the top.
Jeremiah chapter 45 and verse 5. And seekest thou great things for thyself?
Whatever goals you had in your mind, read on.
Seek them not.
Let them go. Read on.
For behold, I will bring evil upon all flesh, saith the Most High. But thy life will I give unto thee for a prey in all places whither thou goest.
He says, but thy life will I give unto thee for a prey in all places whither thou goest. You have predator and you have prey. Right? In the law of jungle, right? You have the damn, what do you call those damn, well, what is the easiest targets in the jungle, man, for the lion to take out?
It's those
wildebeest, the water buffaloes, right? Yeah. They're moving slow as hell. It wasn't the back. It wasn't the front. In the middle, they're good. Like, don't the animals realize that crap? When they make their little call to cross the water, don't be the last damn animal to cross the water. They got, I'm be in the middle. I'm be in the middle. Yeah. If you're in the middle, you're okay. Yeah. Just go in the middle. Why are you last?
He was slacking out.
Why are you last? What are you doing? Because it's either going to be the lions or the gators, bro. They're like, I don't know what happened. Like, what are you doing? Why are you the last guy? What's that?
Don't forget the hippos.
The hippos are legit, too.
Leave them alone.
Listen, those hippos are vicious.
Those are the worst.
Yes.
Lions don't even mess with those.
Yes, yes.
That's true.
So, listen. But why am I going through all these theatrics about the animal sounds? What am I explaining? The Most High said that Baruch was going to be prey in the land that he goes. He's going to be a target. You're going to be a target. You're going to be the one that they use leverage on. You're not going to be in power. You're going to be taken advantage of in another land, another city. He says, so prepare you, whatever goals you had of growth and escalation, none of that matters. You're going to be in the bottom of the totem pole, and the nations that be are going to have leverage over you. So, we get that, right?
Okay.
It's a very somber message. But that message is somber because of what Jehoiakim did in the previous chapters. These people have sat back here and run their course. Now, in the midst of this sombering notion happening, I want to go to Jeremiah 35, chapter 35, verse 1 through 19. This might take us a little off course, but we'll get back on course. But I want to go through this chapter before we go into the end of, because it's still, I want to go in this chapter because it's still going on during the time that Jehoiakim was in power in this critical 605 to 604 BC period. So let's read this.
Jeremiah chapter 35 and verse 1. The word which came unto Jeremiah from the Most High in the days of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of Judah, saying, Go unto the house of the Rechabites.
So now the Most High said, listen, this is during the time of Jehoiakim. He's like, go to these Rechabites. The Rechabites, we're going to read, are of the lineage of the Kenites. They are, we're going to read also that they're kin and family to the Midianites back in the day. So they're a non-Israelite nation. So just go to these Rechabites and speak to them. Read on.
And speak unto them, and bring them into the house of the Most High, into one of the chambers, and give them wine to drink.
So give them wine to drink. Now, what we're going to read is that this was really a temptation. Because Rechabites made a vow of no alcohol. It's going to explain it. But we're going to let's read it.
We read this back in the day.
We read it back in the day because we were explaining 2 Kings chapter 10 about when Jehu, we're going to go into that too, when Jehu said, let me show you how spiritual I am. He was talking to Jehonadab. But anyway, let's read this. We're going to go through all that just to give a refresher and a little more edification about the topic. Read on.
Verse 3. Then I took Jaazaniah, the son of Jeremiah, the son of Habazinah, and his brethren, and all his sons, and the whole house of the Rechabites.
So he brought the whole house of the Rechabites into the court of the temple to offer them a drink and talk. Read on.
Verse 4. And I brought them into the house of the Most High, into the chamber of the sons of Hanan, the son of Igdaliah, a man of the Most High, which was by the chamber of the princes, which was above the chamber of Maaseiah, the son of Shallum, the keeper of the door.
So once again, he brought him in the area. Listen, Jeremiah brought these Rechabites in the area that Shalom had management over. I'm sorry, Shalom's son, Maaseiah, had management over. Don't forget, Shalom was the one who had a relationship with Jeremiah from back in the day. Shalom was a servant of Josiah back in the day, and his son, one of his sons, were the individuals who backed Jeremiah when they were about to kill him and stone him. I think around Jeremiah 26. Shalom, everybody. Well, let's continue.
Come. And I set before the sons of the house of the Rechabites pots full of wine.
Is he getting drink on deck? Red, white, whatever colors you want.
Yeah.
You ever like, I went to this brother from the country, man. He said, man, I got some peach wine for you. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Let me try that. It was some old country brew. It was country brew. It was like wine moonshine. I don't know if it's like, cats from the country, man. They sit back here and make all flavored sweet wines from like all kind of corn syrups and all kind of stuff out. Whatever it was sweet and it packed a punch out. He made all kind of like country medleys out. Point is, why did I bring that up? I'm bringing it up to say that there was a bunch of wine options for these Rechabites to sit back and see if they bite. Okay, read on.
And I set before the sons of the house of the Rechabites pots full of wine and cups.
So this is banquet time, huh?
Yeah.
Listen, you can have that, whatever you want. Read on.
And I said unto them, drink ye wine.
Jeremiah said, drink, partake, revel. Read on.
Verse 6. But they said, we would drink no wine, for Jonadab, the son of Rechab, our father, commanded us, saying, Ye shall drink no wine, neither ye, neither your sons forever.
So they had a vow that nobody in their family line could ever touch the grape, could ever get drunk, could never embrace any alcohol whatsoever. Read on.
Verse 7. Neither shall ye build house, nor sow seed, nor plant vineyard, nor have any. But all your days ye shall dwell in tents, that ye may live many days in the land where ye be strangers.
This is crazy. Because he said these Rechabites understood that they were strangers in a foreign land. So they can never be landowners. They can never own property. They can never sow seed because you have to own your land to sow your seed.
Yeah.
You're going to live in a constant state of discomfort because this land wasn't yours in the first place. And their family line understood when you're a stranger in another person's country, you're not going to have property rights. You're not going to have the comforts that the people who actually own the land or control the land are going to have.
Because you don't have citizenship.
You're not a citizen. And they were humble enough to understand that. And I guess in their mind, the trade-off of being this stranger and a person who never would have leverage and power in their land, the trade-off is to have a relation with the Heavenly Father. To learn the Heavenly Father. To be a part of His nation and to be protected by the Heavenly Father. You know what's crazy? Everybody, even in Israel, I got to say it, Israel always wants to talk about the nations and the Most High hates the nations. You know what the Most High hates? The pride of the nations. Just like He hates the pride of who? Us.
Israel.
So He's like, as long as these non-Israelites were humble, understood their place, understood that they were subservient to the Israelites, and were willing to follow the laws and commandments, He would embrace them. What do you think the kingdom's going to be like? The same thing. Everyone's talking about the chains and the slavery of the nations. Ooh, the nations are going to fall into slavery and the slavery. It's not really about that. The Most High said the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee,
That will not.
then I'll destroy them. There's the slavery and the death and the pain. But what He's saying is the nation, if you are in order and you serve the Most High and you understand your role in the national government, you'll be okay. And the Rechabites are living proof of it. They understood that everything apart their life was to show the Most High it wasn't about their independence. It wasn't about their desire for power and control and aspirations beyond just pleasing the Heavenly Father. There's going to be a point to this, but let's continue.
I want to give a scripture on this too.
Mm-hmm.
That's not just for the Rechabites. You know, that's for us too.
That's an example, though.
That's an example. They're a perfect example of living a nomadic, disconnected lifestyle from pleasures and from pursuits.
And it lets you know when you're not in power and you're not the dominant force in your power, why are you complaining about rights?
Right.
Why don't you keep your head down and do your job? Black men want to sit back here and fight for rights, and this ain't your country to fight for rights.
I want to drink water from your fountain.
What is it? Give me my dirty fountain over here, then messing with y'all nasty, dirty feet people on the other side.
Yeah.
Stop.
We got words.
It's the truth. Let me stay over here. I watched like Slave Chronicles and talk about how Esau was dirtier than Judah.
Yeah.
And they had all the power.
Look at Tulsa, Oklahoma. They was wearing minks and furs with leather shoes. On the other side of the train tracks, there was a trailer parks.
I know. Rose went the same way. Well, why am I sitting back here and want to hang out with these guys?
I want to be in the trailer park with these people.
Yeah. We should all be in the trailer park.
I'm sorry. Keep going, Samson. You had that.
But he said, let's go to 2 Ezra chapter 16, verse 40 to 45.
2 Ezra 16, right?
Yep.
2 Ezra chapter 16 and verse 45.
Verse 40 through 45. Read
It
that.
says, O my people, hear my word. Make you ready to the battle.
Yeah, when Christ come back, guess what? All these things that we work for, it's not going to matter anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Come. And in those evils, be even as pilgrims.
Because
upon
the times are going to get worse. We're supposed to be operating as what?
pilgrims.
A pilgrim is somebody who lives a nomadic lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
Live off the land. They cultivate the land. But I'm not trying to have a permanent residency in this location because it's not meant to last. Read on.
Come. Verse 41. He that selleth, let him be as he that fleeth away.
It said when you sell something, don't sell so you can get gain. I can buy again.
Yeah.
I'm selling and I'm relinquishing these things so that there's no attachment to it, so I can lighten my load and be ready to depart.
Right.
Just like we was when we left in Exodus.
In Egypt.
In Egypt, when we just put our belongings and our shoes on our feet and ate our bread in haste.
Mm-hmm.
Because the objective is we're not going to be in Egypt long. Egypt about to be destroyed.
Yeah.
Same, no different than this modern day time. We got to operate in the mind frame of, you know what, let me not get too attached to anything. Read on.
And he that buyeth as one that will lose.
And you know what, I buy it not for the fact I'm building up, I'm stacking up, I'm measuring, I'm saving up. I'm buying it, I'm going to use it for what it's for, and I'm going to disconnect from it.
Come.
Not that I'm just this supposed to last forever. I'm trying to build a legacy. Man, there's no legacy in this place.
Yeah.
Not in this place. This place is doomed already. Read on.
Verse 42. He that occupieth merchandise, as he that have no profit by it.
Exactly. So when I occupy merchandise, that means I bought things. That means it's not for my benefit. I only bought it to spread it back out to somebody else. I'm using things for its purpose, not to establish a permanent residency anywhere. Read on.
And he that buildeth, as he that shall not dwell therein.
Boom. I built this house, but I'm building it as if, you know what, let me not think that this is for my comfort. Because I'm not going to be dwelling here very long.
Yeah.
It's temporary. I built it, but it's temporary.
Mm-hmm.
Who can have that mentality versus me trying to establish myself? In the world, they say, you got to settle roots down. You got to put roots down. Well, it's no time to put roots down in this day and age. It's not time for that. Because this place is already destined to have a fall. Read on.
Verse 43. He that soweth as if he should not reap.
That's crazy.
Yeah, if I'm sowing, meaning I put in work. I'm laboring, but I'm laboring for the fact of, I'm not stacking up, and I can't wait until I reap the benefits of my labor.
You're laboring for spiritual purposes.
Yeah,
That's what you're laboring
spiritual
for.
virtues.
Virtues, yep.
That's what I'm laboring for.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not laboring to stack up an attachment or to build up some type of war chest or safe deposit or nest egg. I'm not building up for those purposes. Read on.
So also he that planteth the vineyard, as he that shall not gather the grapes.
That means that, you know what, I may not see this thing come to fruition. I may not see the eventual end of all my labor. Because that's what everybody says. I like to reap the fruits of my labor and enjoy all the work I put into it. I worked for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. I want to enjoy myself. I didn't do this in vain. I don't want to say, man, all this work I did was for nothing. I want to be able to sit back and enjoy and lay up in all the work that I put down on earth.
Yep.
The Most High said to detach from that mentality. That's totally opposite of a capitalistic mind frame.
Yeah.
That's completely opposite. Read on.
Verse 44. They that marry, as they that shall get no children.
So am I trying to build a whole household at this day and age? No. Because you know what? If you do have them, but don't think that it's a permanent thing. Just don't get too attached to anything. Read on.
Come. And they that marry not, as the widowers.
And you know what? And if I don't get married, then I gotta conduct myself as a widower, meaning one that's without. Read on. I have to be okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Verse 45. And therefore they that labor in vain.
And so if I do labor for those purposes, to stack up, to build, to establish roots, to try to make something permanent, to sit back and enjoy the fruits of my labor, he said if I do all these things with that mentality, it's going to be all in what?
Vain.
It's going to be in vain. It's going to be for nothing. So it's not just the Rechabites that's supposed to have this mentality. It's the modern day Israelites that's supposed to have this mentality.
Okay. And this is what the Most High is going to be showing us, is that these Rechabites' virtue is something that should be admired and patterned by Israel. But let's continue.
Jeremiah?
Yep.
Okay. Jeremiah chapter 35 and verse.
Let's do 7 again.
Okay, verse 7. Neither shall ye build house, nor sow seed, nor plant vineyard, nor have any. But all your days ye shall dwell in tents, that ye may live many days in the land where ye be strangers.
Because the reminder is this: if you want to live many days, the thing is this: do we value spiritual peace or the pursuit of gain and substance? This is what they had to ask themselves. If they valued a relationship with the Heavenly Father and the pursuit of peace, then you have to let go of the other side. If you want to come up and attain what you want to attain, then you're going to give up your what? Your spiritual peace. This is the catch that all of us have to deal with. What weakens Israel is that we want our cake and eat it too.
Yep.
We want to sit back here and maintain spiritual stability while pursuing all of these fleshly desires. You're not going to get both. You're going to have one in substitute of the other. If you want the peaceful life, then be willing to sit back here and live in the house of mourning. That's what the scripture says. It's better to sit back here and deal with the weeping or the house of the mourning than sit back here and deal with the starved ox where there's no love therein. What are you going to deal with? Because people that are about their money don't care about you. They're about their pursuits. So are you going to be around people who are about their pursuits financially or about the pursuits spiritually? So anyway, let's continue.
Verse 8. Thus have we obeyed the voice of Jonadab, the son of Rechab, our father, in all that he hath charged us, to drink no wine all our days. We, our wives, our sons, nor our daughters,
Read on.
nor to build houses for us to dwell in. Neither have we vineyard, nor field, nor seed, but we have dwelt in tents, and have obeyed, and done according to all that Jonadab our father commanded us.
How many people would have the spiritual fortitude to politely say no to people in power in any country in the name of maintaining your spiritual beliefs? Most people will sit back and cower down. They were taken to the temple. These meagerly strangers were brought into a position to be honored and respected, something that was never done for their people. And they still have the fortitude to say, no, thank you. We're going to stick to our beliefs.
You know, people can't do that when somebody passes a joint to them nowadays. You can't pass you a joint.
Well, you gave it to me.
You look over your shoulder to the left.
And to the right.
You look over to the right. And then the boss ain't around, and you in the back taking out the trash.
The boss is
you taking out the trash by the dumpster. You by the dumpster. It's always the scene by the dumpster. You take the trash out, and he's sparking one up.
Oh my
and then
God.
he do one of these to you.
Yeah.
You're just like, oh man, I can't do that. I can't do that. Look over your shoulder. Next thing you know, it's in your hand.
How did it get there? How did it get there?
Yeah, it's in your hand now. There's no spiritual integrity.
And listen, how many of us change mentality-wise based on who we're around? Let's keep that on a simpler term. When you're at work, do you start acting like people that are at work? Does your conversation change? Does the things you talk about, does how you think change?
The vibe change.
Does your vibe change? Then all of a sudden, you go home and like, well, where does the spirit come from? Or your husband's like, well, where's the spirit coming from?
You know where it's coming from.
I don't know. They're just spirits.
No.
Are they spirits, or you start acting like the people you're around? It happens all the time. So what is this? What is the Most High saying? These people, which are non-Israelites, had enough fortitude to say, nope, I'm not going to let my environment dictate my decisions. I'm not going to let my environment dictate how I act. And this is what made their family line that much more potent.
And what's crazy is that drinking wine is not against the law. You're not breaking a commandment if you drink wine. But if you're attached to a vow, the Most High said if a man vow, make sure he defer not to pay it. If you're attached to a vow, a family vow, and then you want to show that, you know what, I got some integrity, then regardless of doing something that may not be illegal, it may not be unlawful, but are you still going to hold yourself accountable to that vow? Or will you say, you know what we do is we say, man, this is a blessing. This must be a reward for all my hard work.
Yeah.
That's how we look at those opportunities. Man, you know, this must be the Most High recognizing that I've been going without for so long that it's my time to enjoy myself. That's how we look at it.
And with how they looked at it is, I have an opportunity to be rewarded, and I just turned down the rewards.
I turned down this present reward.
Yep, because I understand that my life wasn't about getting rewards.
Oh, wow.
My life was about being a servant, because I'm not going to forget, I am a stranger in another nation's land.
You know what? This is it's not what the Most High is doing in this situation with the Rechabites is no different than what you see on a game show. You're in a game show, you make $800, and they say, okay, you want to sacrifice that $800 and move on to the next level, and you want to pick what's behind door number 1, or you want to keep that $800 and leave the show.
Let's go get door number 1, Jim.
Yeah.
Let's go for door number 1, Jim.
See what's behind that.
The crowd says,
Go!
What should I do?
Yeah.
What should I do, guys?
Yeah. The crowd chat, and he said, you know what? Forget the $800. Let me get behind what's going on.
We're gonna roll the dice, Jim. Yeah. Let's go get door number 1.
Yeah.
bum, 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 bum. That's the best part sometimes.
Oh man. If y'all were like a kid in the 80s and 90s, you would watch those shows, man. I don't know if they're still even going on like this.
Yeah.
Where you had to sit back here and gamble, you're risking it all.
You're risking it all, man. Let me get history for $800. Let me get ancient history for $800.
Remember that daily double sound?
Yeah.
I get excited in my brain. Yes, I can come up. Anyway.
But you know, the Most High do that in the spirit, though.
Yeah.
That's not that game show is artificial. You know what I'm saying? But those are physical prizes that they win. What the Most High is doing right here is he's looking at, are you willing to make a spiritual prize? Are you in it for a spiritual prize?
And are you really about your word? And do you have the fortitude to put the Most High first, regardless of who you might offend, who you might make uncomfortable? Listen, here he's around holy men. Priest Jeremiah, they know what Jeremiah was. And they still had the fortitude to say no. But let's get to the point. Let's get to the point of this, because we got more on this. Let's read on.
Verse 11, it says, but it came to pass, when Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came unto the land.
So when it says came into the land, it's not saying that Nebuchadnezzar has encircled the land. What he's saying is that everybody knew Nebuchadnezzar was heading south. Nebuchadnezzar was sitting back here, and he was about to take the Philistine lands. So if I am living in a tent out in the woods, do I want to be outside when these warriors are coming out here taking out and ransacking cities left and right? You want to get into a fortified city as quickly as possible. So this is what the Rechabites were doing. They said, when Nebuchadnezzar started coming down in the region, I got to sit back here and let's get our family and go into the city to get protected and at least be in a fortified city temporarily until these damn Babylonians leave the territory. Okay? So read verse 11 again.
Jeremiah chapter 35 and verse 11. But it came to pass, when Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came up into the land, that we said, come and let us go to Jerusalem for fear of the army of the Chaldeans, and for fear of the army of the Syrians. So we dwell at Jerusalem.
What this lets you know is that the Babylonians, as they were encompassing nations, they were absorbing other nations' armies with them. This is how they were. The army was so massive, It wasn't just Babylonian or Chaldean armies. It was Chaldean. It was Syrian. Eventually, it was Moab. The Philistia army. All of it was being absorbed into one major army. Point is, they're out here in the tents in forest land or in less fertile land. So they're like, we got to get back in the fortified city because these guys are coming around. They might take us out too. Read on.
Verse 12. Then came the word of the Most High unto Jeremiah, saying, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the power of Israel, Go and tell the men of Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, Will ye not receive instruction to hearken to my words? Saith the Most High.
Like, how come Israel doesn't have any kind of spine to sit back and listen? Why do other nations listen and my people don't listen?
That's crazy, bro.
That's what it says. The Greeks seek after wisdom. The Jews seek a sign.
They need a sign.
If it ain't falling from the sky, if literal tanks and armed artillery vehicles aren't outside, you don't want to worship the Most High and change. They only considered to change when they heard horses and battling rams and they saw fire in a neighboring city. That's the only thing that made them consider, maybe I'm living wrong. Read verse 14.
Verse 14. The words of Jonadab, the son of Rechab, that he commanded his sons not to drink wine, are performed.
He said this father's family and all their children perform the request of their father or their grandfather.
He's like their mom.
I would say this. It wasn't even their grandfather because this is multiple generations of doing that. This was multiple generations of people following the Kenite family's desire to sit back and not drink alcohol and not pursue to have any lands. Read on.
For unto this day they drink none,
Damn.
but obey their father's commandment.
They can obey their physical father's commandment or their physical patriarch's family commandment, but Israel can't follow their heavenly father's commandment.
We have both.
He's like, what's crazy? You said you guys are crazy. How can they understand and maintain and know their place, but you don't know your place? Read on.
I get one scripture
Yes,
on that too. Malachi chapter 1 verse 6. Just on that same vein.
Malachi chapter 1 and verse 6.
Malachi 1:6. Right?
Mm-hmm.
God. A son honoreth his father.
And that's what the Most High is using the Rechabites as an example of. Why can these sons hold their vow and maintain their integrity and their focus off of just a man's vow? What their forefather had laid down to say, listen, you're gonna dwell in tents, you gotta drink no wine, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna live off the land, you're gonna cultivate the land. They know how to follow their physical father's commandment and stay loyal to that. Read on.
And a servant his master.
Read.
If then I be a father.
The Most High said, he's saying the same thing in the book of Malachi. If I'm a father, everybody follows their father. He said, but I'm a father too. But if I be a father, read on.
Where is mine honor?
He said, where's my respect?
Sheesh.
That's been the Most High's question. Y'all will have more allegiance to your physical fathers than your actual spiritual father. He said, where's my respect? Where's my honor? Where's my loyalty? Where's my devotion? Read on.
And if I be a master.
And if I am a master, and worthy to be adhered to? Read on.
Where is my fear?
Where's my fear? Where's it at? You know what you find out? Our fear of the Most High and our respect of the Most High is very conditional. It's very conditional. We only respect the Most High when we need Him.
Yeah.
We only fear the Most High when something's wrong and things go bad.
And we can physically see it falling.
Yep.
Whereas we don't sit back and look at how we're spiritually deteriorating.
No.
We don't look at those signs. We don't look at when we actually physically lose something or fall.
You know when the Most High's name is most frequently in Israel's mouth is when there's extreme poverty.
No doubt.
Oh yeah.
And this is why the Most High is about to put them through extreme poverty. That's the only thing we respect.
That's the only thing we respect.
God.
Bad conditions and poverty.
Yeah. Then we would quote the Lord.
Yeah. Then we say, Lord, please help us.
We start singing songs about Moses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Hands start clapping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's the tamarines. You start hearing tamarines.
Yeah, then the name of the Lord starts getting more frequent.
Whack, bro. It's whack. We're whack.
Yeah.
Listen, let's get Luke 11 and 29. Michelle pull this. It's a good verse. Luke 11 and 29. There's a verse in Matthew that says, "An evil and wicked generation seek a sign." That's who is that? That's us.
Yeah.
We seek that. That wicked generation got to see it before they change it.
I see it.
And because the Most High knows that wicked generation is us, and we want to see a sign before we perform any type of change, this is what he says in Luke. Read that.
Luke chapter 11 and verse 29. And when the people were gathered thick together.
Meaning, when the crowd got real thick and everybody's ears was listening, they wanted to hear. Now Christ said, now it's time for me to drop this on these guys. Read on.
He began to say, "This is an evil generation. They seek a sign, and there shall no sign be given."
This is why we don't get signs no more, right? Because seeking that sign keeps us from looking into us and reading the scriptures and working on real change. We want to sit back here. We want the answers just provided to us. It says a wicked generation wants a sign because a wicked person is lazy. And he doesn't want to sit back and fight and study and be humble and ask questions and let people know what's really inside them. That's why it's wicked. And everyone says, why is wanting a sign so wicked? It's because what a wicked person is doing to circumvent the lesson.
And also, it's what the wicked person is doing until the sign comes.
And that's the point.
Because a lot of time what we'll do is we'll get busy when we see a sign.
Yeah.
But if I don't see no sign, that means it's my time to do me until the sign comes. But if that sign don't come, then I'm gonna keep doing my life, living my life the way I want.
You ever see that? You ever had a bad kid that sits back here, you tell him no, and he ain't supposed to sit back and cut television on? And he's like, you know he's about to do some dirt because he stands real stiff. And he's looking at you like this. And as you walk out the door. And he's like this. He's following you with his eye like this.
Yeah.
And you walk out the door, he waits a couple seconds. And you go downstairs, and then he doesn't realize because he's still young that you can hear his feet. So you hear do. And you know what he's about to do. He's going to sneak and cut television on again, or he's going to sneak and play toys again. But that's the mind of a deceitful child. But that's us too. If we don't feel the Most High hovering over us, we're not going to change.
Not going to change.
But the Most High wants us to sit back here and say, you know what? I'm negative. Let me sit back here. This is why Christ said in Matthew 7 to ask, seek, and knock. Where is your proactiveness in trying to change and fix what's inside of you? When you're going to work hard and ask questions and be honest about your weakness. Half the time, we don't change. We're like, why, Lord? Why am my life this way?
You know why.
And brother just sit back here and send you a text about what's your problem at. And you don't listen to you don't read the text.
But
You don't read the verse.
No, you say that's your opinion.
You don't sit back here and deal with the answer that's painted clearly to you. But you want God to tell you the answer. I want the Lord
Himself
to tell me himself to say, son, my son, this is the answer to your problems. The answer is right here. Why can't you listen to the answer? The reality is there's wickedness in it. It's the same reason why Jehoiakim couldn't get the message. Because he didn't like Jeremiah.
Once yea, twice, but man perceiveth not.
But he speaks to us through men that are telling us the truth about ourselves, that make us feel weird.
It's not about if you like them or not.
But that's why people don't listen. The person giving you the answers is the person you don't like. How about that one? Person that makes you feel uncomfortable. That can sit back and target your wickedness and your weakness with pinpoint accuracy. Those are the ones you should be listening to. But we avoid those people because it doesn't feel good. So the Most High, Christ, read verse 29 again. Luke 11:29.
Luke chapter 11, verse 29. And when the people were gathered thick together, he began to say, "This is an evil generation. They seek a sign, and there shall no sign be given it, But the sign of Jonas the prophet.
Listen, the only signs you're getting is the scriptures in the past. You don't get the history. You don't get the scriptures that were written in the past. You're not getting no more new revelations, no new signs. You have to learn to study, read, and pursue, and learn the Most High yourself. Let that verse go, and let's get us back. Did you finish your Malachi verse, sir?
Yeah, that was it.
Okay, let's go back to Jeremiah 35 and verse.
13.
Is it 13? Yes, it's 13. Read that.
Jeremiah chapter 35 and verse 13. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the power of Israel. Go and tell the men of Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, will ye not receive instruction to hearken to my words? Saith the Most High. The words of Jonadab, the son of Rechab, that he commanded his sons not to drink wine, are performed. For unto this day they drink none, but obey their father's commandment. Notwithstanding, I have spoken unto you, rising early and speaking, but ye hearken not unto me.
You know what I like about how these dialogues are going? It shows how love is performed. Why I like it is because it's shown how many different ways and perspectives is Christ, or the Most High, relaying the same message to Israel. He's using so many different angles, to try to get us to see the same thing. That is what counsel is about. He's using the strong example of the Rechabites, this one family that is completely dedicated to servitude, to show Israel, hey, if they can do it, you can do it. How come you can't operate like that? Then he sits back and brings near calamities of the Philistine Empire being burnt down in flames to try to shake them up. Then he sits back here and has the scriptures be written in a scroll to change. Then he has Jeremiah going to the people and teaching them. Then he has Jeremiah going to the priests and teaching at the temple.
That's a lot of love, right?
But it's so many different ways that the message is being conveyed. That's love. And you read how the Most High is pissed, he's venting, he's angry. But along with that anger, he's constantly trying to establish a teaching moment, paint a picture, teach a lesson, establish some kind of parallel to try to bring you back into the fold. That's love. People envision love as a person telling them what they want to hear, giving them compliments, giving them attaboys, sitting back here and constantly establishing or saying words of affirmation.
Yep.
But that's not really what love is. Love is not giving up on somebody. Love is constantly trying from different perspectives to get a person to see something that they need to hear. That's love. Most of us, you tell somebody once or twice, if they don't want to listen, you label them what? Wicked. Rebellious. Let them fall. Maybe. But maybe if you give a damn, you can sit back here and keep trying to find different ways to paint the picture to them. Maybe if you commit yourself to painting a picture a certain way, you might, at the right time, catch them in a moment where they're willing to listen and make changes. Continue.
Verse 15. I have sent also unto you all my servants, the prophets, rising up early and sending them, saying, return ye now, every man from his evil way, and amend your doings, and go not after other gods to serve them. And ye shall dwell in the land which I have given to you and to your fathers.
So the constant lesson is, if you change and come back to me, I'll let you stay in the land. Read on.
But ye have not inclined your ear, nor hearkened unto me.
Exactly. Read on.
Because the sons of Jonadab, the son of Rechab, have performed the commandment of their father, which he commanded them. But this people have not hearkened unto me. Therefore, thus saith the Lord, power of hosts, the power of Israel. Behold, I will bring upon Judah and upon all the inhabitants of Jerusalem all the evil that I have pronounced against them.
Well, he's saying it in different ways, but he keeps reminding it, because you don't change, you're forcing me to uproot you out of the city that I didn't want to uproot you from. You're forcing me to do this. Read on.
Because I have spoken unto them, but they have not heard. And I have called unto them, but they have not answered. And Jeremiah said unto the house of the Rechabites, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the power of Israel, because ye have obeyed the commandment of Jonadab your father, and kept all his precepts, and done according to all that he hath commanded you. Therefore, thus saith the Lord of hosts, the power of Israel, Jonadab, the son of Rechab, shall not want a man to stand before me forever.
He says there's going to always be a man that represents serving the Most High out of his family line. The Most High blessed his family line because of their servitude. Now, what I want to do, before we continue on topic, I want to kind of briefly go into these Rechabites real quick and kind of show you their history and how their history kind of goes beyond just Jonadab. Okay, now, from the time of Jonadab up was when they started establishing those vows. But we're going to kind of go into these Rechabites and get a little more history from them. So we're going to go to First Chronicles. Yes, First Chronicles 2 and 55. We'll get back on topic, but I think it's important that we go into this, that we go about these Rechabites real quick, give a little history of them, and then we'll go back on topic. First Chronicles 2 and 55.
First Chronicles chapter 2 and verse 55.
Yep.
And
Hold on, let me get there. I'm moving slow. Read that, sir.
First Chronicles chapter 2 and verse 55.
Yep.
And the families of the scribes which dwelt at Jabez, the Tirathites, and the Shemethites, and the Sukathites, these are the Kenites that came of Hamath, the father of the Rechab.
So, the Rechabites, their ancestry goes back to the Kenites. Kenite. Okay? We're going to kind of go into the history of the Kenites, because this was a particular group of people that had an allegiance to the Hebrews. And we want to kind of go back into their history real quick. First verse we're going to go into is Genesis chapter 15. Genesis 15, verse 18 through 21.
Genesis chapter 15 and verse 18.
Genesis 15 and verse 18 through 21. Let's read that.
Genesis chapter 15 and verse 18. In the same day, the Most High made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates.
Now I want to show you an image online that kind of lets you know what the promised land really entailed and how much land was promised to Israel from the beginning, from this time. It's not that tiny sliver of land in Israel.
It's not the sliver.
Like near the Gaza Strip. That's not it, man. If you go in the scriptures, he said the land that I gave Israel runs from the river Egypt all the way into the great river Euphrates. And if you look online, the image isn't the clearest, but you can see the map. That whole area,
The green area.
that whole green area is Israel's land.
That's a lot of land.
That whole Israel, that land is what we were promised in Genesis chapter 15, verse 18.
What is the whole Fertile Crescent?
That's the whole thing.
That's the Jewish earth.
Does it still stand today?
Yeah. Whatever is yes. Yes. The answer is yes. All that is us.
It's not as fertile as it was
But the most I can make that.
because we're wicked.
Right.
And we're not living there anyway.
Yeah, so it's not like this ain't gonna be fertile.
But all that land is us. That land is our inheritance.
That's the Jewish
All of
land.
it. That goes even through past Syria, close to Turkey.
It's beautiful. It's a lot of land.
That's a lot of land.
Wow.
It's the whole river
We give
Euphrates.
up a whole lot to be negative.
First of all, we never even fought hard enough to even get this.
It's a lot of oil.
A That's a lot of oil. That whole, yeah. We got all that Bahrain. That's Bahrain is ours,
We
B.
been bossed up.
Listen, Bahrain, that's us, man.
We been bossed up.
Listen, all the little lands around the edge of the Arabians. That's all us. That's all money right there, bro.
Great ports, fishing, everything.
You got the water sources.
Yeah. Listen,
Mediterranean Sea area.
but listen, but we're small-minded, and we only took a little sliver of land from the beginning. We didn't even fight to take the whole land of Canaan. This whole thing was us.
Stupid.
Yes, we
There
are.
gotta be idiocracy almost. Huh?
Well, because we don't want nothing. We don't want nothing now.
Listen.
Come on. So, read verse 18 again.
Genesis chapter 15 and verse 18. In the same day, the Most High made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates.
That is all our land. Read on.
Verse 19. The Kenites.
Well, listen. He says, unto thy seed have I given this land. And then verse 19 says what?
The Kenites.
So he gave us the who?
The Kenites.
What does he mean by he gave us the Kenites? They're supposed to serve us.
Yeah, we got servants. You had servants.
These are our people to serve us. We just read in 1 Chronicles 2 and 55 that the Rechabites are Kenites, right?
Yeah.
From Genesis, the Most High said these peoples really were supposed to be subservient to us. The Ken was that?
Because it has a semicolon.
Good.
That means a continuance.
I know it's the Kenites. Read on.
And the Kenizzites, and the Cadmonites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Rephaims, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Girgashites, and the Jebusites.
Those are all the people that are native to those areas. So he says the land is yours and these people are your servants.
Did the work for them.
This is what I've given you as your birthright.
Break them and put them in subjection.
But out of all those people, only a handful of the Kenites owned up to this prophecy. And this is what made these Rechabites so potent. They were Kenites, and they're the ones that knew their place and understood what they were called to be. The Kenites were called to be the servants of Abraham's descendants. They owned up to it, the rest of them didn't. And not even all the Kenites owned up to it. Mashaba, that map is just on Google, man. I just went and did the original Promised Land. And it just popped it up. But, so, the Kenites, this particular family of Kenites, understood that they were servants of Abraham's lineage. We're gonna let that go and go to Judges chapter 1 in verse 16. Judges 1 and 16. Like I said, it lets you know why these Rechabites even took this stance in the first place, right? Judges 1 and 16.
Judges chapter 1 and verse 16.
Matter of fact, I'm sorry, I'm moving slow. I'm in Joshua. Okay, let's do that. 1 and 16.
Judges chapter 1 and verse 16. And the children of the Kenite, Moses' father-in-law.
Who was Moses' father-in-law? It was Jethro. It was Jethro.
Yeah.
Jethro was Moses' father-in-law. Jethro was Moses' father-in-law, and he was referred to as a Midianite.
I remember that.
But he's really a Kenite.
Right.
Wow.
So it says, and the children of the Kenite, Moses' father-in-law, read on,
went up out of the city of palm trees with the children of Judah.
So what's happening is Moses' father-in-law, we can read in another chapter. I don't have it. I read over it, but I didn't write it down. Remember when Jethro was giving Moses advice about how to judge his people?
Yeah.
And he says, you need officers to do this work. This is going to burn you out. Jethro came to visit Moses. But then he went back to his homeland, right? He went home to the land of Midian, right? But the reason I'm bringing this out is, remember, before Israel crossed over the Jordan to go into their homeland, remember, what was that guy's name? He was that wicked not a soothsayer. Balaam. Remember Balaam sat back here and told the Moabite people what it was going to take to break down the Jews, and they brought those women down to take their heart away from the Most High. Remember that? And in response to that, Moses said, wipe out all those Midianites. Wipe out Midian. Midian got wiped out. Moses sat back here and wiped out the majority of the people. But that was also Moses' what? Father-in-law was Midian. Why am I bringing all that out? By the time Israel went to the promised land, read verse 16.
Says, went up out of the city.
I want it from the top.
Trees.
Verse 16 from the top.
Judges chapter 1 and verse 16. And the children of the Kenite, Moses' father-in-law, went up out of the city of palm trees with the children of Judah into the wilderness of Judah.
So the Kenite people, the children of Jethro, that were Kenites, followed Judah into the promised land. Okay? So there was a particular group of Kenites, which was Jethro's family line, followed Judah into Israel when we crossed over and started taking our lands in the land of Canaan. Okay.
I missed that point.
Okay.
Across the what sea? What sea was the Red Sea?
It was the Jordan.
The Jordan, okay.
We crossed the Jordan and we followed Israel into the promised land. Not we, but the Kenites.
Yeah.
The particular family of Kenites, which was Jethro's children, followed them and went into the land of Israel. It's important to know that. Now what we're going to do is go to Judges 4, verse 11 through 21.
What are our questions?
Yes, sir.
When they talk about the children of Jethro, right? Are those talking about those daughters too when Moses trying to draw the water?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because that was his wife. One of them was his wife.
Okay.
So, what am I trying to say? When we read about these Rechabites in Jeremiah 35, I'm just trying to take it back to let you know
The history.
the Kenites have been aligned with, particular Kenites have been aligned with Israel since the time of Abraham. Okay?
So they've been keeping it real for a minute.
Not all of them. Not all of them. I'm just saying, I'm going to say this. I can't even say Abraham since the time of Moses. Okay? I went to Genesis 15 to let you know that the Kenites and all those other ites were supposed to be servants to us. Right? Then we went to Judges 1 to let you know that, hey, Midian's children, which were Kenites, crossed over with us to the land of Canaan. Right? Now we're in Judges 4 in verse 11.
Judges chapter 4 and verse 11.
This is during the time of Barak and Deborah. Barak was the warrior. Deborah was the prophetess. Read on.
Judges chapter 4 and verse 11.
Now there was a time when Barak didn't have the faith or the belief that he could sit back here and take out this military captain Sisera that was threatening the life of Israel. And Deborah sat back here and prophesied that a woman would take him out then, because you didn't want to do it, I'm going to have a woman take you out.
Yeah.
Right? But read verse 11.
Judges chapter 4 and verse 11. Now Heber, the Kenite.
Now Heber was a Kenite. He was one of these people of the family line down the line. I can't say it's the exact family line, but they're of the same nation. Okay, read on.
Which was of the children of Habab, the father-in-law of Moses.
Now I would let you know this same guy was of the same family line as Jethro, which was father-in-law of Moses. The same people that crossed over from the Jordan to Israel. Read on.
Had severed himself from the Kenites.
So listen, this guy, this family line, Jethro's family line, severed themselves from the Kenites. What does that mean? If they severed themselves from the Kenites, that means they made a choice to sit back here and ride with Judah. Ride with Israel. Yes, sir.
Wait, so Heber? Heber is I thought that was a particular person.
Yeah, he's just Heber,
He's
the Kenite. Heber, the Kenite.
He severed himself, but you said
Their family line did.
Family
Yes,
line.
yes. Heber, the Kenite, which was of the children of Hobab, the father-in-law of Moses, had severed himself from the Kenites. Read on.
And pitched his tent unto the plain of Zaanaim.
What does that mean, severing himself from the Kenites? All it means is this particular Kenite family didn't roll and operate with the same customs as the native Kenite people.
Right.
So if they separated from the Kenites, who did they cleave to? The Hebrews. Okay, so it pitched his tent onto the plain of Zaanaim, or Zaanaim, read on,
It says,
which is by.
yeah, it says, wait, hold on.
Just read it from the top.
Yeah, come. It says, now Heber the Kenite, which was of the children of Hobab, the father-in-law of Moses, had severed himself from the Kenites, and pitched his tent unto the plain of Zaanaim, which is by Kadesh.
Read on.
And they shewed Sisera that Barak, the son of Abinoam, was gone up to Mount Tabor.
So that general that was after Barak ended up asking Heber where he was going. And they told him. Read on.
And Sisera gathered together all his chariots, even 900 chariots of iron, and all the people that were with him, from Harosheth of the Gentiles unto the river of Kishon.
Mm-hmm.
And Deborah said unto Barak, Up, for this is the day which the Most High had delivered Sisera into thine hand. Is not the Most High gone out before thee?
So the prophetess told Barak, this is your day. You guys are going to win. Go at this guy, Sisera and his army. Read on.
So Barak went down from Mount Tabor, and 10,000 men after him.
Mm-hmm.
And the Most High discomfited Sisera and all his chariots and all his host with the edge of the sword before Barak, so that Sisera lighted down off his chariot and fled away on his feet.
So the Most High established the victory, but the main protagonist, Sisera, was left alive. So he's running, trying to find refuge. Read on.
Verse 16. But Barak pursued after the chariots and after the host unto Harosheth of the Gentiles. And all the host of Sisera fell upon the edge of the sword, and there was not a man left.
Mm-hmm.
Howbeit, Sisera fled away on his feet to the tent of Jael, the wife of Heber the Kenite.
So what had happened is Sisera now found the tent, because they were living in tents, of Sisera, of Jael, the wife of Heber. So she was a what? She was a Kenite also. Read on.
For there was peace between Jabin, the king of Hazor, and the house of Heber the Kenite.
There was peace. But this guy still separated himself from the rest of his people. And were acknowledging the Heavenly Father. Read on.
And Jael went out to meet Sisera, and said unto him, Turn in, my lord, turn in to me, fear not. And when he had turned in unto her into the tent, she covered him with a mantle.
She covered him. Read on. She was polite. Read on.
And he said unto her, Give me, I pray thee, a little water to drink, for I am thirsty. And she opened a bottle of milk.
First of all, I've never tasted milk when I'm thirsty. Milk does not quench thirst. I don't know about you, but drinking some cold water, I don't know what the hell kind of milk it is that's gonna quench thirst. I don't know if she did that as a slight.
Right.
I don't give you. You said you wanted water. I ain't gonna fetch you water. I'm gonna give you some damn some milk in a damn.
Well, the milk gets you sleepy.
then that's what it is. Because that was the setup.
strategy. 'Cause
The milk, because that's what ends up happening. He falls asleep and she does him in. That's what it was. It's like, why was she getting milk? I always keep thinking about milk was a bad choice.
I thought the chemical inside, but there's a chemical that makes you sleepy. Turkey does too. Because that's the same chemical.
Good. So she gave him milk to put him to sleep to do him in. But she was a Kenite. Read on.
And gave him drink and covered him. Again he said unto her, Stand in the door of the tent, and it shall be, when any man doth come and inquire of thee, and say, Is there any man here? That thou shalt say, No.
So he says, keep on the lookout, make sure nobody comes and gets me. I'm going to take a nap. Read on. Man, this milk got me all tired, man. Hey, this kind of been on the lookout for me.
Yeah.
Oh, man. It was a tough day today. We took
About to go.
Oh my cherry.
Yeah. But keep going, huh? So he's milk drunk. This guy's milk drunk, huh? This is Sarah. Read on.
Verse 21. Then Jael, Heber's wife,
Jael the Kenite of the lineage of Midian. Read on.
Then Jael, Heber's wife, took a nail of the tent and took a hammer in her hand and went softly unto him and smote the nail into his temple.
That's real, bro.
Damn.
So she was pro-Israel. So it lets you know when the husband, Heber, separated himself for the Kenites, he chose the servitude of the Hebrew people.
Damn.
Now, when you get to the time of the Rechabites, they took that servitude to a whole other level by abstaining from alcohol and all that kind of stuff. But these people had already committed to the servitude of the Hebrews way back when. Read on.
And fastened it into the ground, for he was fast asleep and weary, so he died.
So he was dead.
That was a bad death.
But no, it was a very bad death.
Well, he got hit with a tent spike.
Ugh.
Come on, bro. There's
So-
blood all over the place.
Listen, but she had the nerve and the guts to pull it off.
Because he could have woke up, bro. Ain't like he's not a warrior.
But you know, this shows you a lot of times. Listen, Shopshaw brought it in that class about the intemperate men. When men are in their head and can't fight their battle, the Most High puts a spirit on the woman to get it damn done. Don't get mad when they got a strong spirit on them.
Right.
Oh, you acting like a man. Well, then you be a damn man. I don't got to be the man. How about that? These are realities. These are realities. Because listen, Barack was supposed to do that.
Yeah.
He said, "Nah, I ain't gonna work out. Most ain't gonna work out for me." He said, "Well, I'm gonna have a sister do it.
Yeah.
She'll find herself to do it. If you can't do it,
It's not easy to do that.
I know that. I know it ain't.
Do all that?
Now it says he did go out there with 10,000 men, chased them and killed
But
them.
even with that, he had 10,000 men.
Did he just miss them?
No. Well, he fled. But listen, he had 10,000 men. Sisera had 9,000 chariots. That was kind of even. That was kind of an even fight. It just kind of showed you where Israel was at that time. That guy in that group didn't have that kind of faith. There was other times where the odds were way more out of their favor. I think the Most High gives us a battle that suits us.
And also it says that Sisera plagued the children of Israel for 20 years straight.
Done.
He was an enemy for them for 20 years. So this guy was an antagonist for a long time. It wasn't like an easy victory.
And a
And
brute.
if Barak was that potent, the Spirit would have worked through him on a prophecy level.
Right.
He had to work through another sister to give him the prophecy that he could sit back and have the opportunity to fight and kill this guy, and he gave that up. So he used another sister to fight. So he used two sisters to help spearhead this victory and let you know where men were at the time.
Okay, I see. Within 20 years, all this was going on, and he wouldn't. Okay.
It was just, there was no man that was stepping up.
Yeah.
And if men weren't stepping up, he got to go to the next best thing. It just is what it is.
Which happens often.
That was why I brought your point. It happens a lot more than we'd like it to be. Mm-hmm. So why am I even going? I only went here to explain about how the Kenites, why they're even a factor in history. They were around during the time of Moses, and they stayed around and they stayed in that servitude position. Just the Rechabites took it to the next level and went another level in abstaining from any type of comforts. But they were living in tents. They understood their place. and there was no problems there either. Now let's jump off and go real quick to 2 Kings chapter 10, verse 13 through 18. Second Kings 10. 10 verse 13 through 18, and it just goes now to where we had this class in prior months. We used this verse and we jumped it and backed it off with Jeremiah 35 back then. Let's read. This is when Jehu was given the order by the Most High to take out Ahab, and the Most High promised Jehu's family 3 generations of men on the throne, because he sat back here and fulfilled a portion of the responsibility by killing all of Ahab's family, himself, and Jezebel also. Okay? So let's read verse 13.
Okay. 2 Kings chapter 10 and verse 13. Jehu met with the brethren of Ahaziah.
Ahaziah was the king of Judah.
Okay.
So Jehu up north and Ahaziah in the south came together to kind of lock down all of Ahab's descendants. Read on.
And said, Who are ye? And they answered, We are the brethren of Ahaziah, and we go down to salute the children of the king.
Matter of fact, let me take that back. Ahaziah was wicked. And when they said we were with the king with the brethren of Ahaziah, they killed them too. Well, let's keep going.
Verse 14. And he said, Take them alive. And they took them alive and slew them at the pit of the shearing house.
Because by the time we got to this point, the house of the north with Ahab and the house of the south with Ahaziah, they were both dealing with that wickedness of idolatry. Because it was after Jehoshaphat intermingled the families is when they got to this point. But let's continue.
Even 42 men, neither left he any of them.
So he wiped out 42 men that was rolling with Ahaziah. Read on.
And when he was departed thence, he lighted on Jehoiakim, the son of Rechab, coming to meet him.
And this Jehoiakim was the man who established that ordinance for none of his family line after him to drink of wine and had to operate in that potent stranger position. Read on.
And he saluted him and said to him, Is thine heart right as my heart is with thy heart?
This is hilarious. So he says, Is your heart right as my heart is with thy heart? He's pretty much, Jehu, which was the king, was looking at Jehoiakim for spiritual confirmation. Jehoiakim was known as being a spiritual man. So he's like, are you as much in the spirit as I'm in the spirit here? Are you locked in like I'm locked in?
Oh, yeah.
Read on.
And Jehoiakim answered, It is.
Mm-hmm.
If it be, give me thine hand.
He says, if you're locked in like I'm locked in, then we just become best friends right now. And if we did, come with me and I'm going to show you how spiritual I am. Read on.
And he gave him his hand, and he took them up into the chariot.
So Jehu brought Jehoiakim in the chariot with him. Read on.
And he said, Come with me and see my zeal for the Most
I
High.
love God.
Come and see how much I love the Most High. But why is he even saying that? Because Jehoiakim loved the Most High and was a servant of the Most High and was respected nationally for his love of the Most High. Okay? That's why I'm kind of going from the beginning up to get back to Jeremiah 35 to understand where this relationship between us and the Kenites even started. Okay, I know it kind of threw class off a little bit.
What was the background of this relationship? Or the origin of the relationship?
I don't. Khan, yeah, listen. I don't know, Mashaba. If you got a verse, pull it. But I don't think the Kenites weren't Israelites or they weren't Hebrews. I can't prove that they're Hebrews either. I think the Kenites were like the Canaanites. Go back to Genesis 15 and 18. Because the Kenites were non-Israelites, and I think they were Hebrews too. I don't think they were Hebrews. I don't think they were Hebrews.
Okay.
Genesis 15, verse 18 and 19.
Okay.
Matter of fact, 18 through 21 again.
Okay. Genesis chapter 15 and verse 18. In the same day, the Most High made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates, the Kenites, and the Kenizzites, and the Kadamites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Rephaims.
So the Kenites were referred to in the same breath as the Hittites, Perizzites, Rephaims. Read on.
And the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Girgashites, and the Jebusites.
So these Canaanites were in the same classification as Amorites, Canaanites, Girgashites, and Jebusites. So I don't think they were Hebrews. I think they were non-Israelite nations that chose to follow the Hebrews, starting from Midian, which was a Kenite, and his lineage all the way down. Okay? Is that?
Said they were one of the 10 tribes of Canaan.
Okay, there you go.
I was about to ask.
There you go. Read that real quick.
Kenites. Zondervan Bible
We're
Compact.
in the Zondervan. And we're in the Zondervan. Read on.
Kenites, one of the 10 tribes of Canaan.
There you go. The Kenites were one of the 10 tribes of Canaan. So they weren't Hebrews. So they literally were non-Israelites, non-Hebrews, and were servants and chose to serve the Hebrews. That's why in Judges 4, that one family of Heber cut himself off from these Kenites. They cut him off from their culture and chose to serve the Most High and be up under Judah. Okay? So these people were definitely non-Hebrews, these Kenites. So even Rechab, by the time we get to 2 Kings, Rechab was a non-Hebrew, non-Israelite that chose to serve the Most High. And then we get down to Jeremiah 35. It's that reminder, how are these non-Israelite, non-Hebrew people have a greater love for the Most High than my own people? How can they sit back and honor their father and be this disciplined when Israel chooses not to be disciplined and not to serve and follow me? Okay? So, we're going to go to Jeremiah chapter 25 and verse 1 through 38. Now we're going to sit back and turn back around and get back into the topic of the day, which is that downfall and that fall of Israel. I want to sit back here and paint the picture properly about these Rechabites and kind of get, they go all the way back to Midian. And it kind of makes sense now. But just Jehonadab took it to another level in their servitude towards the Most High and their service to the Hebrew people. So now we're in Genesis chapter 25. Let's get started. No, you're done. Jeremiah. You got to head out. I said Genesis. I'm in Jeremiah. Nagaha, let's get you in. Matter of fact, let's get Tawam and then we'll get you in.
Tahawam Racha, Shah Shabbatah, Banashar, Bayasha'ala.
Tawam Racha, Shah Shabbatah, Banashar, Bayasha'ala. I'm much. What? Yahweh Hashem Yashabakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashabakatah.
You got Asher effect here, bro.
Asher in the house, man.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. Jeremiah 25, verse 1. Dawa.
Yes.
Jeremiah 25.
Yes. Jeremiah chapter 25 and verse 1. The word that came to Jeremiah concerning all the people of Judah in the 4th year of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of Judah. That was the 1st year of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon.
It's still telling you that this 4th year was a really pivotal year in the direction of Israel and in Jehoiakim's rulership. In this 4th year, they now become a vassal to the Babylonian Empire. And the way the Babylonians said that, we're going to prove it in the Josephus. The Babylonians had a 3-year taxation. So every 3 years, you had to bring this lump sum of gold to the Babylonians and pay your debt. So this first year, in year 4, he had to come out of pocket and give the king of Babylon what he wants. And then after 3 more years, he was going to come back for some more money. Okay? So that will let you know around, if 605 is when he had to come up with his first lump sum, 602 was when it was going to be the next lump sum. Okay? So, read on.
The which Jeremiah the prophet spake unto all the people of Judah, and to all the inhabitants of Jerusalem, saying, From the 13th year of Josiah the son of Ammon, king of Judah, even unto this day.
The 13th year of Josiah was when Josiah was 21 years old. He came into power at 8, so 13 plus 8 is 21. Okay? So, Jeremiah began his office of teaching when he was 20. We've brought that out before. So he says from his 20th year on earth, Josiah's 21st, to this day, it was what? It was 23 years. So that meant at the time of the 4th year of Jehoiakim in power in 605 BC, he was 43. So Jeremiah is 43 at this time. So read it from the top again.
Jeremiah chapter 25 and verse 3. From the 13th year of Josiah the son of Ammon, king of Judah, even unto this day, that is the 23rd year, the word of the Most High hath come unto me.
Listen, 23 years of dropping it and contention and fighting. That's significant. Think about this. He was teaching in at least through 586. He was prophesying for 40 plus years. That's an amazing run of teaching and prophesying. 40 plus years?
Long time, bro.
Huh? That's a long time. The grind of contending against people that are constantly going at you.
Without getting fatigued.
Without breaking down mentally. Without giving up for at least a long stretch of time.
Even Moses got frustrated at the end.
I know. 40 years is a bear. It is a bear. 40 plus years. And the worst of what he went through happened towards the end. The worst of what he went through. It was despicable what he had to go through. The height of wickedness he had to experience was in his 60s. Oh my goodness.
And that's like when you start, or supposedly start like mentally degrading, you getting lax.
Bro, I'm going to say this, the spirit quickeneth.
Yeah, you got
the spirit quicken the hell out of him, man.
cut somebody out.
The spirit quicken the hell out. Listen, because when you get old, you lose your patience.
Yeah.
You don't want to hear all that crap.
Well, they call it getting senile. Old and senile, you know. You get agitated quick. You don't remember stuff. You blame people for stuff that didn't happen.
Yes. Brother, that's a real, listen, that is a real thing, bro. That's a real thing. That is real. But let's continue.
And I have spoken unto you, rising early and speaking, but ye have not hearkened.
The Most High said the same thing. I've been getting early in the morning to deal with y'all. Y'all don't listen. Jeremiah saying the same thing. Read on.
And the Lord has sent unto you all his servants the prophets, rising early and sending them. But ye have not hearkened, nor inclined your ear to hear.
Mm-hmm.
They said, Turn ye again now, every one from his evil way, and from the evil of your doings, and dwell in the land that the Most High hath given unto you and to your fathers forever and ever.
The message Listen, the message is the same. It's just conveyed different ways.
You mentioned it earlier about how the multitude of strategies that the Most High has given Israel from different variations
Yes.
of angles
Yep.
to get them to see the same thing which they refuse to see.
Mhm.
Whether it was from different prophets, different examples, different men in history, whether it's the Rechabites, the Kenites.
Yep.
The Most High is using all these strategies to get them to see the same thing. I've been trying to get you to focus on me.
Yep.
Get your attention back to me.
And every time they do them. Every time they choose themselves.
Yep.
Wait on.
And go not after other gods to serve them, and to worship them, and provoke me not to anger with the works of your hands, and I will do you no hurt.
He's like, I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to damage you. I don't want to take you away from this land and uproot you.
You know that's true. If you go to Jeremiah chapter 29, verse 11,
Mm-hmm.
you just jump up a little bit. Jeremiah chapter 29, verse 11. This is how you know the Most High is sincerely trying to get them to change and not try to be this overbearing overlord that's just full of punishment and wickedness. Because we know the scriptures call the Most High the King of Terrors. He can be a terror to you if you choose to, but that's not his objective. Read that in Jeremiah 29:11.
Jeremiah chapter 29 and verse 11.
And keep going down to 14. Go ahead.
For I know the thoughts that I think toward you.
The Most High said, I know what I think towards you. I know how I look at you as the children of Israel. Read on.
Saith the Lord.
How does the Most High look at the children of Israel? Read
Thoughts
on.
of peace.
Like a big bad wolf?
Thoughts of peace.
I just want to terrorize your lifestyle?
Thoughts of peace.
How does the Most High look at the children of Israel?
Thoughts of peace.
He has an eye. The way that the Most High looks at Israel is, I want peace between us. Read on.
And not of evil.
I don't have an evil bone to pick with you. I'll be a terror to you if you provoke me to anger. I will be, but that's not how I want our relationship. I want our relationship to be full of peace. Read on.
To give you an expected end.
And when he says to give you an expected end means I'm trying to give you something to look forward to. I'm trying to give you something to look at downrange to have hope in, so that you don't have to depend on yourself or detach from me. You can trust me. Read on.
Then shall ye call upon me.
It said, and then when you call upon me, read on.
And ye shall go and pray unto me.
Go ahead.
And I will hearken unto you.
It says, then your prayers will matter when me and you are on good terms. Talking about the Most High and the children of Israel. He said, when me and you are on good terms, I'll answer all your prayers. Everything that you pray, I'll answer it. Read on.
And ye shall seek me.
Go ahead.
And find me.
Go ahead.
When ye shall search for me with all your heart.
Go ahead.
And I will be found of you, saith the Lord. And I will turn away your captivity. And I will gather you from all the nations and from all the places whither I have driven you, saith the Lord.
Can I say something on this?
Mm-hmm.
I always want to start at verse 11, where he says, for I know the thoughts that I think towards you, thoughts of peace and not evil. Why would he have to say this? This was after the second roundup of Jews that got sent to Babylon. This is after the second roundup in 597, when the second king got sent to Babylon. He's like, I know y'all think I hate you.
Yeah, because you're getting took.
So that's what he said. I know you think that I can't stand you.
Because you're getting took right now.
Listen, everybody pulls this Jeremiah. Yeah, you go to most households, they got Jeremiah 29:11 somewhere. And they don't even understand the context of it. I know the thoughts I have, thoughts of peace. But what you don't realize is, this is right after he sent at least 40 to 50,000 more people into slavery. How about that one?
Yeah.
How many people knew that? Because in the midst of this, he says, you think I want you guys to fall. But I really have peace for you. I really want you to have peace. But that's after all the gold, all the religious idols were taken out of the temple.
Stripped.
And Israel was broken down. The only thing that didn't happen in Israel was it wasn't burnt with fire yet. But all the great people, all the thinkers, all the scientists,
the most
all
elite
the innovators were out.
Yeah.
Those guys are out. And he said, I know what you're thinking. I know you guys think I can't stand you. But I really love you. And I really have thoughts of peace. And I promise you I'm going to bring them back.
It's hard to believe that.
I know that when you're in chains.
Yeah, when you got invaders breaking in your house.
And I got nothing but love for you, baby. I don't know if you guys saw that 5 Heartbeats. It was so damn broken. Like singers one of your nigger songs. They're in jail and stuff. I don't know if you remember that. Yeah, I got nothing but love for you, baby. Everybody was in harmony, but they was broken down and sad. I think and it was out there. The cops they was out in the South. But they didn't know if they was gonna get killed, thrown in jail, nothing. They just got their records. The record was hot, and they realized they was still niggas. That new record didn't mean nothing. I think that they had the album with the white folks in the front of the album. And they was all hyped, and them Edomites brought them down to
Earth.
To earth. And it was like, I guess I am still nigga. It don't matter how much money we making. What am I saying? When you sitting back and you're in that condition of being broken, it's hard to think the Most High still loves you and have thoughts of peace on you. But He does. And that was why I was saying, you was like, man, this is later on in the breakdown. Yeah. But this verse is when He already broke us.
Yep.
And he's trying to say, don't look at me like I can't stand you. I love you. But this is what you needed. The whole time He's pleading with us. Psychologically.
That's what you tell your kids after you whoop them.
Yes. God, he needed it, but you see the kid is shook.
Yeah.
You're like, man, this dude is for real. I really felt that power when he got that belt, and I'm hurting. And there's a little trauma there. And it gave that little, and he's like, okay, maybe I might have overdid it. Like, I love you, son. And like, I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Yeah.
I don't believe it. The proof is showing me different.
And like, no, you don't. Why you hurt me?
God,
It's gonna hurt me more. It's gonna hurt you.
No, it ain't. That's what they're saying.
You don't love me?
Shoot, man. But you see the point, though, right? But this is right after he sat back here and was breaking us down significantly. Anyway, I'm sorry, I just wanted to bring it up. Because that verse is always pulled in church scenarios, right? They're taking completely out of context. You don't even know what's happening for him to say that. Israel's nation is completely collapsed when this happens. Anyway, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good.
So,
Finish that.
Jeremiah wasn't popular either.
he was hated, bro. Well, let's keep going to verse 14.
And I will bring you again into the place whence I caused you to be carried away captive.
And the Most High said, when you pray to me, I'll answer. When you look for me, I'll be found of you. And I'll turn your condition around from poverty and slavery until you get in your own place again and establishing you in your own country, your own nation. So the Most High said, if you look at me the right way, I can change everything about you. But it's hard to look at the Most High positive after He stripped you down and broke you down.
But the problem is they didn't look at him positive when they were having things.
Exactly.
So how you going to look at him positive when they losing things? If they couldn't look at him when everything was going good.
Right. And that's why He said in Jeremiah 25, He said, and I will do you no hurt.
Mm-hmm.
He said, but the pain is based on the condition, based on your loyalty, on your servitude. You can go back to Jeremiah chapter 25.
Yeah, bro. So we're at 25, and where, Thawan? Remember?
He was at verse 6.
Okay.
Jeremiah chapter 25 and verse 6. And go not after other gods to serve them, and to worship them, and provoke me not to anger with the works of your hands, and I will do you no hurt.
He's been saying this
Yeah.
the whole Bible.
I'm not going to, listen, if you just come back to me, I don't have to take you out of your land. I won't do it. I don't want to do it, but you're forcing me to do it. Read on.
Yet ye have not hearkened unto me, saith the Most High, that ye might provoke me to anger with the works of your hands to your own hurt.
You're provoking me to anger to your own detriment.
That's crazy.
Your actions are putting you in this situation. I think it's Isaiah 59 and 2. I think that's that verse. Yeah, Isaiah 59 and 2. Somebody give that for me. And Nagaha, get that for me, sir.
Yeah.
Isaiah 59 and 2.
Isaiah chapter 59 Verse 2.
We can read 1 and 2, really.
Yeah.
Isaiah chapter 59, verse 1. Behold, the Lord's hand is not shortened that it cannot save, neither his ear heavy that it cannot hear.
So the Most High can save you whenever you're humble enough to be saved. I want to save you, but you got to put the work in to be saved. He's like, man, I'm waiting. I just need you to make the changes. I'm ready to come through. But you got to put the work in. Read on.
Verse 2. But your iniquities have separated between you and your power.
He says, I want to help and I'm ready to help whenever you change. But your lack of changing, your iniquity separates you from me, not me from you. Read on.
And your sins have hid his face from you, that he will not hear.
And that's the point. If you just change, if we just change, we'll receive what we need. And this is what he's saying even in verse 7 of Jeremiah 25. Like, listen, you're provoking me to anger. Your hands are going to bring your own hurt.
Yep.
Your actions are going to bring heat to you. It just is what it is. We always want to blame the Most High. The Most High is not fair. He's constantly reminding us that he's fair.
The Most High is very fair. You go to Zechariah chapter 7, verse 13. The Most High explains he's very fair, and he's only bringing about these plagues and punishments and captivities because we force his hand.
Yep. Even though Israel says the Most High is not equal, it's not true. He's very equal. If you put
We're
the
not
work in,
equal.
that's the point.
Yeah. Read that.
Rejecting.
Zechariah chapter 7, verse 13. Therefore it has come to pass that as he cried,
He said it's going to happen to where, as the Most High been crying to get us to follow and be obedient, and the Most High has been sending prophets, like Jeremiah said, he's been sending prophets rising early, you know what I'm saying, and trying to get them to change, and we don't want to hear it. He said the Most High been crying through those prophets. Read on.
that as he cried, and they would not hear.
So then, what's the result? What's the outcome? And what? How do we force the Most High's hand? And what's the end result of that? After the Most High has been constantly reaching out to us, crying to us by having people established to get up in the morning to tell us that we're off, but we don't want to listen. Read on.
And they would not hear, so they cried.
So now it's your turn to cry.
Wow.
Now your tears are about to fall. Now you're about to wail and bemoan. Now you're about to suffer. And then what?
So they cried, and I would not hear.
So now it's the Most High's turn to close his ears up. Now it's the Most High's turn to be stubborn and not hear and not listen. Now it's the Most High's turn to ignore all the cries that you have that's coming out of your mouth. But he's only doing it because you did it first. He's only rejecting your prayers because you rejected his request. So now it's your turn. So who did it? Who brought it on who first? Who can we blame? Is it the Most High's fault? Or we can blame ourselves to say, well, the Most High is only doing this to me because I've been doing it to him. So now the Most High is fair. That's how you know the Most High is fair. Since it was your turn to listen, but you chose not to, now that you're crying, it's my turn not to listen.
That's how he do
We
it
can play.
anyway.
We can play this game if you want to play this game.
That's how he do it anyway.
But you know who tends to lose?
We always lose.
Yeah, we do. Let that go. We lose, bro. We can't beat the Most High in that. Our life don't last long enough.
Can't ever do that.
So, where are we at in Jeremiah?
Jeremiah chapter 25, verse 8.
Okay.
Jeremiah chapter 25 and verse 8. Therefore saith the Lord of hosts, because ye have not heard my words, behold, I will send and take all the families of the north, saith the Lord, and Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant, and will bring them again against this land.
So it's Babylon and the families of the north that are now confederate and swear allegiance to Babylon. All your mercenaries, all your warriors. We talked about how the Hittites were the first country and nation after the Assyrian Empire that they took over. So now the Hittites are alongside with Babylon. Now eventually you're going to get the Philistines are on their side. Then Moab and Syria, it's just the whole time.
Sorry, I didn't know.
It's adding up. First of all, let me take it back. It's the Hittites, then Assyrians. Then they're working their way down. Let's continue.
And against the inhabitants thereof, and against all these nations round about.
So what he's doing, he's He's establishing the entire world against Israel. The entire known world is about to encircle Israel, and there's no escape.
That's how it is in real life.
Yeah.
In real life, everybody starts turning against you.
Yep.
We're out of pocket. The police, the rib, the friends,
Your boss.
family, your boss, your best friends are turning against you. I thought we was cool. And we played the trust no one game. Trust nobody.
With
no
Scarface in the water
Trust
like
no
this.
one.
Yeah.
Now, how about you all?
The only one I trust is me.
The Most High is turning everybody against you.
Yeah.
Sir. The bankers against you now.
The bankers is hilarious. Good.
Yeah.
But this is what's going on. But this is our works do that. Let's continue.
And will utterly destroy them, and make them an astonishment, and a hissing, and perpetual desolations.
Mm-hmm.
Moreover, I will take from them the voice of mirth.
He says he's going to make us an astonishment, a hissing, and a perpetual desolation. Listen, that's even after we got brought back. We were never on top again.
We've been that since for a minute.
Listen, we've never been like not hissed at since 586 BC. They ain't been hissing at us. They hissing at us now. Go to the east side. We getting respect in the east side act? The only time white folks go to the east side is for Spurs games and for MLK marches act.
And take some land.
And gentrify the
Yeah, and the rest of the year they laugh behind.
And they're hissing. That's what hissing is. Snickers. Look at these guys over here.
Yeah, that's that. And on the west side, they got signs up in the yard that says "My barrio is not for sale,"
Shit.
because they want that too.
Maybe not you, but everybody around you selling. That whole place gonna get sold too. But this is the situation. But he says a perpetual desolation. We're in a desolated state now as a nation. You know, take Shaq out the way and all these sellouts and Chuck, Charles Barkley, all these guys that sit back here and Stephen A. Smith. Remove those guys. Our nation is desolate still. We're in a perpetual desolate state. Is that?
I was in a Target on the east side, and it was,
There's a Target on the east side? I didn't know there was a Target on the east side.
You lied.
That's amazing.
you know, it was in the vicinity.
And I'm surprised there's like produce and
It was a well-established area.
get out of here. Okay.
Where would the good side? The point I'm making is the good side. Where would the good side was?
The good side of the east side?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know that. That's an oxymoron statement.
What street you talking about? What street you talking about?
I mean, that's down. You mean downtown? Downtown is
Nah, it's probably down
on the east side. I don't believe that statement. I don't believe what you're saying. There's
That boy lied.
I got the rest wrong. I was in Target, and it was a nice area.
You say Target on the east side.
That's not even like wrong statement. That's not true. Buddhist man. He's not telling the truth online.
I got the director wrong, guy. It was nice.
It was downtown. I was on Broadway. I was on downtown somewhere. That's not the east side.
Okay, my bad.
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying. It's probably Bass. It's probably Bassiat.
It was like Stone, man. So, but it was like AT&T representative, and she was talking to this guy in front of me before I walked up. You know, all nice, sir. And when I came up, she saw me. And she came up to me and said, "Oh, hey, homie, what's going on?" I was like, and I said, "Did you just call me homie?"
That's wiggity whack, son. You gotta respond like really derogatory back. That's crazy, son.
I was getting mad. I was like, "Man, we did it to ourselves."
What's up, homie?
Homie.
And she went down and she said, "What's up, homie?"
You should have hit him with the sock. Say, hope we don't play that. You know what I'm saying? Bop with the sock, man.
It almost takes me back. I don't know if y'all saw this meme of this like Edomite girl, like the 80s. This is the hip hop dance. You started doing this. That's so horrible. I'm like, this. She needs to get slapped. I don't know if you ever saw that meme.
I seen.
Now we're gonna do phase 2. But like, why are you breaking this down numerically? What's going on here?
Was she teaching a dance?
She was teaching
like that.
black white people how to dance black.
Oh, I see.
This is horrible. What's going on here?
What the hell?
This is the Running Man. I'm like, what is going on? Get her out of here. This is horrible. Because 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. That's not how you do like Israel dancing at? But that's horrible, bro. But listen, but we are in a perpetual
Yeah, that's right.
desolation now. Listen, we're not even a threat anymore. I sit back here, we talk about all this like geopolitics and all this stuff. Listen, Esau done moved on from us. We're small potatoes. We're nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, they're not sitting back here trying to figure out how to control the black man. They don't give two craps about the black man. They're using us to sit back here and break down the rest of the world. We're small potatoes. The South Americans and the Central Americans, we're nothing, bro. Maybe we were a prize in the 1700s, 1600s. We're nothing now, and that's the truth. We're not a threat. You sit back and read about like all these Spanish conquistadors. They even went to South America, bro. All these millions of people.
Yeah.
And they just pull the oop-de-oop out. They say, hey, let me talk to your king. Here's a present.
Yeah.
Then they come and say, we're going to kill your king if you don't serve us.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey, what's going on here? It was that easy.
Hey, I tell you,
They
can't stop Jake from making them babies.
Yeah.
That's the only
Can't
thing.
stop Jake from producing that.
Well, listen, that's nothing really. Okay, let's just give them drugs and jabs and stuff. That's all they're going to do. But we're not like a geopolitical threat.
No.
That's what I mean. We're not going to put together an economy and establish a GDP and sit back here and come together. Like black unity is laughable. It's just not going to happen.
If we ever make it to the top, that would be the only way we would do it. Is because they would underestimate us.
We saw a president. We had a debate. We had a debate on the east side years ago.
That's not going to happen. Listen, Black Power Act. Come on, this is not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Destroy.
Listen, and if we did it, and if we did get to the top, we'd destroy ourselves even more. We'd be even worse with each other.
Now, it is written that we are supposed to progress one day, right?
Christ's kingdom, not mine, not ours. Ain't gonna be the black man. Yeah, black man run a thing. Black man. This is Christ, Christ gonna put us in order, That's our only chance.
Christ and the angels,
That's it, bro.
That's it, bro.
That's it. We got to follow his orders, Because if it's us, bro, we're gonna corrupt it. Right. It's the truth. So we're in a perpetual desolation. He's after we fell, we never return. We just were vassals in perpetuity. That's what perpetual desolation is. We're just a vassal forever.
It was about a rim.
It
was about a rim.
That's the rim ain't the east side, the rim
is a nice place to go.
Listen, our rim is a whole other world on the east side.
Ain't no crack at the rim.
Northwest. There's no crack. He said there's no crack at the rim. There's no crack.
All right,
maybe some cocaine, but it's not
crack. It's right off of I-10. I-10, not going towards Foster, but Houston.
What about it? That's downtown.
No, it's not downtown. It's like I-10 going to Houston.
Oh, to Houston, yeah. Going out.
From the outskirts?
Foster. Yeah, okay, the other way. That's 90. 10 and 90 connect to each other.
Right, and if you go to, I don't know, if you go further east, what is that, Houston Street? There's a whole area out there. That's black middle.
Shirts and stuff like that?
Right.
That's not
You watch
China Grove.
China Grove is alright. They got nice land out there.
Yeah.
That's the only black area I know. That's close to the east side. Maybe that's where you were. I don't know.
No,
there's a Walmart out there.
Hey, you by the rim. You're not there. Yeah, you're the opposite side.
But if you're over by the rim, you're on the northwest end.
You're comfortable.
You're comfy, But let's keep in touch. We're gonna be talking about directions and what side we on. We're gonna be there all day talking about this, man. Let's connect back and get verse 10.
Jeremiah chapter 25 and verse 10. Moreover, I will take from them the voice of mirth and the voice of gladness.
He's like, it's all this. Listen, everybody's happy, but of the wrong pretense. We have to learn to be happy in serving the Most High, not happy serving the gods and the pursuits we want. He says, so because we don't want to pursue the Most High with gladness and joyfulness of heart, I'm going to take away your gladness and your mirth. Read on.
The voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride, the sound of the millstone and the light of the candle.
The sound of the millstones is productivity, growth, success, stability. Read on.
And this whole land shall be a desolation and an astonishment. And these nations shall serve the king of Babylon, serve 70 years.
70 years. Says, listen, man, this is going to happen. All of this, it's been kind of working sequentially. And he's like, listen, man, now the hammer's being dropped. Now I have a timetable on when I'm going to do it and how long it's going to be for. And if you're going to ever recover to where you used to be. It's different. Listen, when we came back, they said the temple was rebuilt, but it wasn't at the same stature as the temple that we had once had under Solomon. It wasn't as the same stature. Just the build, the caliber of it. And then when it was brought back to that high level of magnificent during the time of Christ, or before Christ was born, an Edomite had to run the construction process.
Herod.
It was an Edomite.
Yep.
So listen, even by the time we got to Christ, it wasn't Israelites running Israel. It was Edomites running the nation. Look how far we had diminished. We were in a state of perpetual desolation even at that point. So let's continue.
Verse 12. And it shall come to pass, when 70 years are accomplished, that I will punish the king of Babylon. And that nation, saith the Lord, for their iniquity.
So he says, Babylon, after the 70 years, Babylon's going to show what they're really about. And I'm going to break Babylon too. They're going to fall also. Read on.
For their iniquity, and the land of the Chaldeans, and will make it perpetual desolation.
And once Babylon rises to the top, they're going to be brought down to a perpetual desolation.
You know, it's funny how
Because what does it mean, perpetual desolation? Desolation. Did Babylon ever rise to prominence afterwards?
No.
No.
But that year, you know the Most High is right on point with that 70 years, because when you look at that 609 BC, when Babylon started becoming an influence, until the Persian Empire took them out, which is 538 BC, that's like 70 years right there. That's almost exactly 70. It is. That's 71, but depending on if it was in the spring or summer or fall, it's exactly 70 years. The Most High kept his word with the Babylonian Empire.
Okay. So the reality is, he listen, but it's just telling you this. But once they're out of power, they're going to be permanently out of power.
Never the same after that.
Once we were out of power, we were never the same. Right. We might have had reigns as different type of people or classifications of people. You know, the Scythians had a run of a little power, but it was still tribal, and it was in small spurts in small areas.
Or the Hasmonean dynasty.
Yeah, but the question is this: how much sovereignty did we really have? We were still subservient to the Greeks. We had our own sovereignty, but it was as long as we was playing ball with the Greek Empire, or then playing ball with the Romans. And that's what we were supposed to do. We had to realize that we were now servants. And as long as we served the Greeks, paid them their monies, paid the Romans their monies, paid tribute, we'd have protection. But you know, the truth is, we kept looking at ourselves as Israel during the time of Solomon. But listen, we weren't the same. This was not the same Israel. And after Babylon takes us over, we were going to be put into a different class. We were going to be made a lower class or citizen. And that was going to be in perpetuity. We were never going to taste that position of power and authority. And neither, after that 70 years, did the Babylonians have that position of power. They fell. But let's continue. You have something, Sean?
Yeah, 2 Ezra chapter 14, verse 17.
Second Ezra, what, sir?
Chapter 14, verse 17.
Okay.
You got that?
Okay.
Go ahead.
2 Ezra chapter 14 and verse 17. For look how much the world shall be weaker through age.
And that's why that glory that Solomon built, that temple that Solomon built, the amount of resources that David set aside so that Solomon can build the temple.
Yep.
The amount of detail and craftsmanship that was put into the temple. It says it's hard to return to those former levels of glory over time, because over time what happens? Read.
It says, shall be weaker through age.
Because the man's quality, man's commitment, man's loyalty to the Most High, man's level of emphasis, commitment to details, following details, his characteristics, all these things in men get weaker over time, man. Mm-hmm. Men are not as loyal as they used to be. You look at 50 years ago, 50, 60 years ago, husband and wife stayed together no matter what. Whether they was poor, whether they was rich, whether they was wealthy, whether they had it or had not. Look at your grandparents.
They respected their decision and lived with their decision.
They live with the fact that, you know what, I made a commitment to this relationship. So whether it's win, lose, or draw, I'm loyal to the family. Whether it's abuse, alcoholism, drugs, whatever the case may be, job, no job, living like the Jeffersons, or Good Times, like the father from Good Times, there's still commitment. Yeah, I'm gonna stay together. I'm gonna stick it out and ride it out. Now you look at today's age, divorce is at the highest rate it's ever been ever, because there's no commitment, there's no loyalty, there's no integrity to anything. So he's saying over time, everything starts to diminish over time. Read on.
So much the more shall evils increase upon them that dwell therein.
Go ahead.
For the truth is fled far away, and leasing is hard at hand.
And when he said leasing is hard at hand, when he said leasing is hard at hand, is people like to move slow. People like to move at their pace. He said as the world gets weaker through age, one thing that you're going to notice is the people's pace are going to slow down. You can't get them to move out of their pace. They don't want to be pushed past their comfort level. And so for that reason, they want to give what they want to give at their pace. It's going to diminish the quality of everything around us. Finish that.
For now hasteth the vision to come, which thou hast seen.
So he's showing you how, as time progresses, the quality of everything diminishes. If you look at during the Babylonian Empire, one thing you're going to realize is that when Daniel told Nebuchadnezzar, thou art the head of gold. When you look at why he told him that, everything in Babylon was made out of gold. They said that silver didn't really have a value during the time of the Babylonian Empire, because everything was solid gold. Even their statues were made out of gold. Even their idols that they worshipped in Babylon was made out of pure gold. Now, if you look at the vessels that people were eating on during the time of Babylon, and you look at our pantry, we got styrofoam cups, we got paper plates, and we got plastic silverware.
And,
what happened to the gold?
And our culture gets used to that going down, you know? Their best of the best is some good styrofoam, those golden plastic.
No, you know, it ain't even really styrofoam no more. It's recycled paper and paper plates. It's recycled trash that's converted into a paper plate. You're eating on recycled trash now. And you're drinking out of recycled trash plastic containers. And then now you got straws that they just break down because they're not even they're made out of vegetables. And you got spoons that they got a spoon now that will just start breaking down over time by itself. It's made out of vegetables. You look at the quality of things now; it has diminished completely, bro. Well, nobody eating out of plastic. Don't be like that. Now you got plastic contaminating with the chemicals in it. It's causing cancer, but also it's distorting the hormones of the men. It's creating estrogen. Now for the first time, just about a year or two ago, they said that people that do blood phlebotomy are able to see plastic pellets inside the bloodstream now. For the first time in history, they're actually able to put blood drops on a microscope and watch plastic pellets flow through your bloodstream. It's now visible in your blood. So you can only imagine the contamination that's happening. But what's happening? Everything gets weaker over time. Not just the quality of things, but the people's character are weak. What people's word don't mean nothing no more. People used to, man, my word is my bond. word is your bond. Nowadays, you say, man, I'll be there this day. That's you can count it. That's my word. Man, people's word don't mean nothing nowadays.
Yeah.
It don't mean you can't count on them for nothing because there's no commitment.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he's saying, man, over time it gets worse. But we let that go. We go back to Jeremiah.
So let's go once again. Let's get verse 12.
Jeremiah chapter 25 and verse 12. And it shall come to pass, when 70 years are accomplished, that I will punish the king of Babylon, and that nation, saith the Lord, for their iniquity, and the land of the Chaldeans, and will make it perpetual desolation.
So just like Israel was going to have their time and was never going to rise to the top again, Babylon's going to get their time. And then they were never going to rise again.
Never.
And then the Persian Median Empire is going to have their time. And then they were never going to rise again.
The only thing that survived is Babylonian sorcery, which, when you actually read certain encyclopedias about the United States and its inception, it says that United States was built, its laws, its customs, its traditions, its religions. United States was built off of resurgence. You can read this in the encyclopedia. That the U.S. was built based off Egyptian, Babylonian, and Roman customs.
Mm-hmm.
So, what survived? The sorcery of Babylon survived. The worship of Nimrod, the Christmas trees, the astrology.
And it was the stuff that the elements of these kingdoms that actually worked.
Yeah.
For their functionality of their nation.
That survived. The citadel, that was the Roman, the Capitol Hill. That was Roman culture. That survived. Saturnalia, that's modern day Christmas. That survived.
I bet homosexuality is probably in there too.
That was the Greek culture.
Yep.
Homosexuality was instituted by the Greeks, was made popular by the Greeks.
And ceremonies surrounding
that survived.
all that stuff.
So the customs and the traditions, along with the religions and the laws of these previous nations, survived, and America reconstituted those fallen kingdoms and repackaged it into a modern form.
Okay.
Are we a parable of Babylon? And
Well,
are we going to go through the same? I mean, we're going through the same thing.
We're called in the scripture called the daughter of Babylon.
We're called Babylon, and we're referred to as Egypt.
Okay.
We're referred to as spiritual Egypt and spiritual Babylon.
Does the meaning of Egypt has something to do
Bondage.
with slavery?
Bondage.
Yes,
It's the place of our bondage.
Yeah.
And Babylon is the place of every hateful bird.
Yep.
Every doctrine, every belief, every religion, every ideology. And Babylon was known as having the Chaldeans there, the place where there was nothing but witchcraft and idolatry there. So all that's being said, and even when you go into the Revelation chapters, it talks about how all the Edomite nations got their chance to rule. All the entire world had their chance to rule. Egypt had their chance to rule. We're going to read about them next. Egypt had their rise, and they're going to fall again. Egypt had their power during the time of Egypt was strong during the time of Moses. Then Egypt had a little run right here, right before as Assyria was diminishing, Egypt was rising, as Babylon was rising. They had a little power influx here, and then after this, they never rose again. Then after that, the Greeks came down, wiped them out. They were nothing at that point. All the nations and kingdoms had their time to flourish. The Cushites had their time. Northern Africa, it was the Carthaginian Empire. They had their time. Everybody had their run. So I gave all the nations their run. And after all the nations have their run, then the Most High comes back. That's why scripturally and prophetically, Russia is going to be the last nation, the last Edomite nation that has their power, has their reign. Once Esau has their reign, the Russian Edomite Empire has their reign, then it's over. And then when they start to do policies and scenarios that affect our people and our land in Israel, that's when the end comes.
Christ's gonna slide on them.
So, once again, after we fell, this was the era of everybody else getting their chance to run their empire. But we never were going to ever rise to any type of heights. So, let's get verse 13.
Jeremiah chapter 25.
So you're telling me powernomics ain't gonna work? You're telling me
Powernomics.
Yeah, every time you talk to a black nationalist, you bring up Black people coming up, they always mention the book Powernomics and bringing black dollars together. Listen, bro.
Listen, it's a good idea, but try to get that in execution. So who's going to have the power to say, yeah, everybody who's black only spend money with black folks, and they're going to listen to them?
Killer Mike.
Listen, I don't think Killer Mike has the weight to get everybody to buy into that concept.
It don't happen in Atlanta to some degree.
To some degree,
I mean,
I'm not in Atlanta. I didn't want to be there. I don't know. I don't know what's
I was
happening in
there,
Atlanta.
bro. It's not going on, bro. I was there. I'm not
I
gonna clown
lived there, but I
Atlanta.
was there.
Everybody listen to
I
me. I
saw
clown
some
Atlanta.
business
Listen. It's a lot. You have to be a Greek to. You have to be Greek, or you have to be a different kind of Greek to get out there.
You either belong to some fraternity,
Yeah.
sorority,
Or he said the other Greek.
or the other Greek.
Yeah.
Then it works out.
Man,
Because the other Greeks stay tight anyway.
They
No, listen. The other Greeks, they spend dollars with their kind.
Yeah, they got a flag
The
up.
other Greeks, the other Greeks stay together.
Yeah, bro.
So let's continue. Let's continue the scriptures.
Jeremiah chapter 25 and verse 13. And I will bring upon that land all my words which I have pronounced against it, even all that is written in this book, which Jeremiah hath prophesied against all the nations.
So when you sit back and read in these chapters, you read about Jeremiah going at Egypt, Moab, all the nations. He starts isolating and explaining how they're going to fall. Pretty much that entire Levant area will never be the same after this Babylonian invasion. Read on.
For many nations and great kings shall serve themselves of them also.
And it's letting you know. All these nations are going to get their time to capitalize on these nations in the Levant. He's saying this is the time where the different nations are going to have their time to operate in this jurisdiction and pillage and plunder and take advantage of the entire region. Like we said, Babylon is first. Well, it was really Assyria first. Then you had Babylon. Then you had Persian Empire. Then you had the Greeks going out their time to pillar and plunder it. Then it goes to the Romans. And then if later on it was the Muslims, Islam, then it was the Turks.
You say Persian?
Persian and Mede, yeah. I said that second.
Oh, you did. Oh.
Babylon, Persian and Mede. Greeks, Romans. Then it was what was it to that?
Cromwell.
He said Carthaginian, right?
No, but I'm talking about in that Levant region. I think it was the Arabs. Yeah, it was the Arabs.
Yeah,
And it was the Arabs and the Turks. Turks were after that.
No, the Holy Wars.
No. It was the Muslims first, which was the Holy Wars.
Yeah.
Then the Turks came behind that and took that entire region over.
Yeah.
Including, especially, all that Saudi Arabian region. That Saudi Arabian region, the Turks took all the outer port cities
Suleiman
of Saudi Arabia. Yes, Suleiman and all that empire, and that's why all those Arabs along the Arabian Peninsula all look light skinned, and all the indigenous folks are dark as hell. But the priests, not the priests, but the royalty is all light skinned, Sheikh side. That was influenced by Suleiman. That was a heavy Ottoman Turk presence. Anyway, that's another story. But let's continue. Verse 15.
And I will recompense them according to their deeds, and according to the works of their own hands. For thus saith the Lord Yahweh of Israel unto me, take the wine cup of this fury at my hand, and cause all the nations to whom I send thee to drink.
Listen, he's sitting back here and judging all the nations. Nobody escapes from their conduct. We're first, and everybody else gets it second. Read on.
And they shall drink and be moved.
Meaning you're going to feel this judgment. You're going to be moved. You're going to be affected by the judgment that's going to come on you. Exactly. Whether it's Israel, Hebrews, or the nations. Read on.
And be mad because of the sword that I will send among them.
Mm-hmm.
Then took I the cup at the Lord's hand, and made all the nations to drink, unto whom the Most High has sent me.
All the nations have to drink this pill, or take this pill, and swallow it. Right on.
To wit, Jerusalem and the cities of Judah and the kings thereof, and the princes thereof, to make them a desolation, an astonishment, a hissing, and a curse, as it is this day. Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and his servants, and his princes, and all his people, and all the mingled people, and all the kings of the land of Uz, and all the kings of the land of the Philistines, and Ashkelon, and Azah, and Ekron, and the remnant of Ashdod, Edom, and Moab, and the children of Ammon.
So all the nations, Philistines, all the five major cities of the Philistines, Edom, Moab, Ammon, read on.
And all the kings of Tyrus, and all the kings of Zidon, and the kings of the isles which are beyond the sea, Dedan, and Temah, and Buz, and all that are in the utmost corners.
That area is in that Arabian region. Read on.
And all the kings of Arabia, and all the kings of the mingled people that dwell in the desert.
So he's saying is that entire Levant that was once promised to us in Genesis 15 is going to get wiped out. That whole region is going to get wiped out. Read on.
And all the kings of Zimri, and the kings of Elam, and all the kings of the Medes, and all the kings of the north, far and near, one with another, and all the kingdoms of the world, which are upon the face of the earth. And the king of Sheshach shall drink after them.
All the nations are going to get their chance, and then they're going to sit back and swallow that pill of destruction. That's what this is saying. Read on.
Therefore thou shalt say unto them, Thus saith the Most High of Hosts, the power of Israel, Drink ye and be drunken, and spew and fall and rise no more.
He's explaining once these nations have their chance, you're gonna rise and you're gonna fall, and you're never gonna come back up again. He's saying the same point. Israel was never gonna rise again. Babylon was never gonna rise. Listen, the crazy thing is, you had Tyre and Zidon was eventually wiped out by the Persian Mede Empire, and they became a vassal to the Persian Mede Empire, and they had to lean on the Carthaginian Empire, which was still It was the expansion of the Tyre and Zidon Empire, and Carthage ended up helping Tyre pay these crazy fines. So all these nations had their time; they all fell. And once they fell, they never rose again. The Carthage Empire rose, they fell. The Romans took them out. They were never a power again. This is just how the Most High has been setting it up.
Yeah. Also, when you go to if you go to Esther chapter 1, let's go to Esther chapter 1 and just read the beginning verse, just verse 1. It'll tell you the extensiveness of what the Most High had caused the Babylonian Empire to begin to subjugate. But by the time that the Persian Mede Empire came into full power, it'll show you how much land and how much ownership that they possessed throughout the world. Let's go to Esther chapter 1, start at verse
You say how much land
1 and 2
throughout the world?
Yes.
I can hear it, sir.
Yes, how much rulership and the extents of the Persian Mede Empire. You know how expansive the Persian Mede Empire was once the Persian Mede Empire got in place, but they took that from the Babylonians and just expanded that. So let's go to Esther chapter 1 verse 1.
Esther chapter 1 and verse 1. Now it came to pass in the days of Ahasuerus, which reigned from India even unto Ethiopia.
So if you look at a map, if you look at India, how far east India is on a map, and so he's showing you how you had this is the expansiveness of the Persian Mede Empire. He said they ruled all the way from India to where? To Ethiopia. That means they had power from all the way from India. That means they had Syria. They had Assyria. They had the desert, the wilderness of Padanaram. They had the Red Sea.
Yeah.
That means they had all of the Sinai Peninsula. They had the Gulf of Arabia, the Persian Gulf. They had the Red Sea. They had the Levant. That means they had Turkey. They had everything from India all the way to what?
Ethiopia.
That means they had Egypt also, and they had Ethiopia which was south of Egypt.
Probably the Mediterranean too, huh?
No, yeah, they probably had the Mediterranean parts of it, but not all of it.
Yeah.
But it shows you the extensiveness of what was given to the Persian Mede Empire. Read on.
Over 120 provinces.
So he said when by the time that the Persian Mede Empire came in power and they expanded on what they took from the Babylonians, he said they had 127 provinces. And they had taxes coming from each and every one of those provinces.
Super rich.
So you can imagine the wealth that was coming in and pouring into the Persian Mede Empire when you got your hand in 127 different countries.
Okay.
And you're getting taxes from them. You let that go back to Jeremiah.
Okay. So let's continue in verse 28, I think, right?
Jeremiah chapter 25 and verse 28. And it shall be, if they refuse to take the cup at thine hand to drink, then shalt thou say unto them, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, Ye shall certainly drink. For lo, I begin to bring evil on the city which I called by my name, and should be utterly unpunished. Ye shall not be unpunished, for I will call for a sword upon all the inhabitants of the earth, saith the Lord of hosts.
So all the earth is going to get their time to feel what Israel is about to feel. He says, you're going to get it, and then these nations are going to get it one by one. Read on.
Therefore prophesy thou against them all these words, and say unto them, The Most High shall roar from on high, and utter his voice from his holy habitation. He shall mightily roar upon his habitation. He shall give a shout as they that tread the grapes against all the inhabitants of the earth. A noise shall come even to the end.
He says they're going to give. He's going to give a shout as they that tread the grapes.
That's Isaiah 63 and 1. When you go to Isaiah chapter 63 verse 1, he's telling you who's going to be treading the grapes.
The wine
yeah,
press.
the greatest, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I can read it if you want to read.
Well, let's just keep going because we have a lot of reading to go. Let's continue. Verse 31.
Verse 31. A noise shall come even to the end of the earth. For the Most High hath a controversy with the nations. He will plead with all flesh. He will give them that are wicked to the sword, saith the Most High. Thus saith the Most High of hosts, Behold, evil shall go forth from nation to nation, and a great whirlwind shall be raised up from the coast of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
And the slain of the Lord shall be at that day from one end of the earth even unto the other end of the earth.
This has to be going into future prophecy, but let's continue.
They shall not be lamented, neither gathered nor buried. They shall be dung upon the ground. Howl ye shepherds, and cry, and wallow yourselves in the ashes, ye principal of the flock, for the days of your slaughter and your dispersions are accomplished, and ye shall fall like a peasant vessel. And the shepherds shall have no way to flee, nor the principal of the flock to escape. A voice of the cry of the shepherds, and a howling of the principal of the flocks shall be heard, for the Most High hath spoiled their pasture. And the peaceable habitations are cut down because of the fierce anger of the Lord. He shall forsake his covert as the lion, and their land is desolate because of the fierceness of the oppressor, and because of his fierce anger.
So this chapter obviously goes to the fall of Israel and the fall of the nations. Okay? We're going to let that go and go into Jeremiah chapter 46. Jeremiah 46 verse 1 through 28. This goes into the fall of Egypt. I'm not going to go into every single one of the countries, but it's important that we go into the fall of Egypt because it ties into the fall. And Most High had been telling us in other chapters that every nation had to serve Babylon. If they didn't serve Babylon, they'd be destroyed. Then he also told Israel multiple times not to trust in Egypt, because Egypt wasn't going to save you. So we knew not to trust in Egypt.
We still do.
And then there's a prophecy about Egypt falling to Nebuchadnezzar, and we're still not listening to these facts. So, because this is important for what we're about to lead into in 602 BC. Mm-hmm. The prophecy was that King Necho was going to fall to King Nebuchadnezzar. So, we're going to get another reader.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai 1, Ban Yasha Allah.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai 1, Ban Yasha.
I'm much. What?
Yahweh Bashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Yah Bashem Yahushua Barakatham.
Jeremiah chapter 46, verse 1 to 28.
Jeremiah chapter 46, verse 1. The word of the Most High, which came to Jeremiah, the prophet, against the Gentiles, against Egypt, against the army of Pharaoh Necho, king of Egypt.
This is Necho the second. Read on.
Which was by the river Euphrates in Carchemish, which Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, smote in the 4th year of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of Judah.
So at the time it was written, he was saying this was the prophecy that was about to be about this situation happening. So the prophecy was written before the actual fight happened. But because this is written by another writer, it's letting us know that this chapter is talking about the actual fight on the actual battle of Carchemish in 605 BC, which is the battle that cemented Babylon as being the world power in that region. Read on.
Verse 3. Order ye the buckler and shield, and draw near to battle. Harness the horses, and get up, ye horsemen, and stand forth with your helmets. Furbish the spears, and put on the brigadines. Wherefore have I seen them dismayed and turned away back, and their mighty ones are beaten down, and are fled apace, and look not back. For fear was round about, saith the Most High. Let not the swift flee away, nor the mighty man escape. They shall stumble and fall toward the north by the river Euphrates.
Because that battle of Carchemish was right on the Euphrates River. So it says they're going to fall on the river Euphrates. Read on.
Who is this that cometh up as a flood, whose waters are moved as the rivers? Egypt riseth up like a flood, and its waters are moved like the rivers. And he saith, I will go up and will cover the earth.
Because Egypt at this time had ambitions for world domination. Egypt, this was the last run that Egypt had to be powerful, because Egypt had jurisdiction over Ethiopia and the North Africa. They ran that African continent and had aspirations of moving upward to take control of the Levant and possibly more. Okay, they were trying to take control of shipping areas too. So they can establish their trade routes.
You had mentioned about the trade route being a shortcut through the rest of the world.
And that's how you make your money, through trade. This is why the people of Tyre and Zidon were so rich. Those merchant ships, you make your money in trade. Okay, but let's continue.
I will go up and will cover the earth. I will destroy the city and the inhabitants thereof.
This was Egypt's ambition to be a world power. And they thought, if I can sit back here and back up the Assyrian Empire, then they're already weak. We'll have control over our area and eventually take them out. But Babylon and the Persian Empire were the threat. Read on.
Verse 9. Come up, ye horses, and rage, ye chariots, and let the mighty men come forth, the Ethiopians and the Libyans, that handle the shield, and the Lydians that handle and bend the bow.
So he's like, once again, Egypt had jurisdictions over the Ethiopians, the Libyans, and the Lydians. Okay, read on.
For this is the day of the Lord power of hosts.
The crazy thing is that Kawakaba sent me a map of, if I have it, would be great, of the old, or what the Germans referred to as, yeah, this is it, as Ethiopia. I gotta send this.
1700 map, right?
No, it's a really great map. Save it, and then I think this is important, and I can sit back and maybe airdrop it.
And this is to show how much land that
What jurisdiction was Ethiopia? When he talks about the Ethiopia, because Egypt had control over Ethiopia. I kind of want to do this, so let me. It might take me a little time to transition this. Just work with me just a little bit.
when you look at modern day maps and you see Ethiopia where it is now, it's not even as a portion of the size of what it used to be historically.
And that's what we're going to show. I got the picture.
That's probably why I hear it in the Bible so much. Like it had a lot to do.
Yeah, it wasn't just that little small portion.
No, a lot of the land that where the Arabs are now used to be owned by Ethiopia.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Here it goes. Here we go. We're going to get it right now.
Because I was like, Ethiopia? Don't they rob boats?
Okay, if you can sit back here and go online, you'll see this is Upper Ethiopia, that whole landmass.
Yep.
So it's right below Egypt is Upper Ethiopia, and then you got Lower Ethiopia is all of Western Africa at the time. If you can see it online, it shows you that Upper Ethiopia is right below Egypt, and then there's a Lower Ethiopia that's going far west. Then you had Lydia up north and Libya up north. So when Egypt was in their power, they had control of all of that. Ethiopia was Central Africa and Western Africa in the olden maps. Okay? So they had that Horn of Africa, which is Ethiopia too. So it went from the Horn all the way to Central, all the way to West. That was all of Ethiopia.
Was there one king for all
Necho ran all of it. Necho controlled Ethiopia.
Okay.
And that's why he had those aspirations, because they were going to be a world power. He had aspirations to be a world power.
They're in position.
They were in position to do so. They needed the Levant. They already had Northern Africa. Northern Africa was important for seaports also. So they needed the Levant to sit back and continue in their merchant building, in their kingdom building. So this is why they took a run at Babylon. They took a run at Babylon. So let's continue. We're verse 10.
Okay.
No, give me verse 9 again.
Jeremiah chapter 46, verse 9. Come up, ye horses, and rage, ye chariots, and let the mighty men come forth, the Ethiopians and the Libyans that handle the shield, and the Lydians that handle and bend the bow.
Now you also remember that how a lot of the Upper Nile people don't like to admit this, because especially when you're dealing with Egyptian historians, they don't like to show how a lot of the Egyptian culture, and as far as even the pyramids, there is more pyramids in the Upper Nile, which is in Ethiopia, that came out of those areas, than it was actually in where you see the modern tourism, right, where the pyramids of Giza are. But they don't want to give too much attention for the fact that the Ethiopian society heavily depended upon the Ethiopians, the Egyptian society depended upon the Ethiopians for their culture. Like it's what gave birth to what we know as Egypt today. Their history descended from the Upper Nile, and it went down into the Lower Nile Delta. So because of you know, a lot of historians want to whitewash history. They don't want to give Ethiopia the credit that they possessed at the time.
Especially in Egypt, because it's like a gigantic lie there.
They want the Arabs.
The
Arabs are calling themselves the ancient Egyptians right now.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but they're not given its origin, its right credentials, because initially it started. Ethiopia was the main influencer of Egypt, and Ethiopia once used to rule the other side of the Red Sea. I don't have the maps, but in old maps you can see when you go across the Red Sea where the Arabian Peninsula is. That was owned by Ethiopia. That was part of Ethiopia. You know, but read on.
Verse 10. For this is the day that the Lord power of hosts, a day of vengeance, that he may avenge him of his adversaries, and the sword shall devour, and it shall be satiate and made drunk with their blood. For the Lord power of hosts hath a sacrifice in the north country by the river Euphrates. Go up into Gilead and take balm, O virgin, the daughter of Egypt.
So, because he's like, at this particular time, Egypt hadn't fallen. So he says, you're about to sit back and go to Gilead and get balm because you're about to take a blow. You're going to lose manpower. You're going to lose military machine engines. You're about to fall. Okay, read on.
Go up into Gilead and take balm, O virgin, the daughter of Egypt. In vain shalt thou use many medicines, for thou shalt not be cured.
Because what he's saying is, you're going to sit back and try to prepare yourself and recover from these battles, and you're never going to quite recover from these battles. You're going to make all these adjustments because what's happening is this. Like I said, Egypt tried a few times to get into these battles with Babylon and lost multiple times. Remember when they killed King Josiah in 609? They were on the way to help Assyria fight who? Babylon. Then they're here again, 605 BC. They tried to do it again. It didn't work out. They took another L. Now you're going to read later on that they made one more last gasp attempt to go to war with Babylon. And it didn't work out well for them again. Let's continue.
You know, it's no different than America. You know, we haven't really won a war since World War II. That Korean War was a stalemate.
Yeah.
That wasn't a victory. And the Korean War wasn't a victory. Vietnam was a stalemate. That wasn't a victory. You know, you look at pulling troops out of Saudi Arabia. Desert Storm, Desert Shield. That wasn't a win. That wasn't a win. Mm-hmm. We pulled them troops out. Afghanistan. We just pulled them troops. That wasn't a win. As soon as American troops came out of Afghanistan, ISIS took over, and we left the equipment there too.
Yep.
So all these have been failures. These have been no victories, man.
Before we went in there, Russia was all in there. It seems like every war that happened in that area, no other country wins, and those Arab nations always take back over.
The Most High is in control of it, and that same thing He's doing here.
Right.
He's making sure that Egypt don't rise again. His hand is against them.
Okay. Let's keep going. What verse we at? Yeah.
Verse 12. The nations have heard of thy shame, and thy cry hath filled the land.
So everybody learned that Egypt's getting their tails whipped by these Babylonians. Read on.
For the mighty man has stumbled against the mighty, and they are fallen both together.
So he says the mighty man has stumbled against the mighty, and they are fallen both together. Read on.
The word that the Most High spake to Jeremiah the prophet, how Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon should come and smite the land of Egypt.
Okay, read on.
Declare ye in Egypt.
Now this is going to happen later on, and we don't go into the details of this, but this is kind of lets you know that he's going to come to Egypt and wipe them out. But that happened later. That happened after 586, after we had fell. Okay, and we're not going to go into any of that history because it doesn't really affect us. The only reason we're going into Egypt now is because these wars directly affect how the Jews looked at who they should side with. Because in 605, after that first payment that Jehoiakim had to pay King Nebuchadnezzar was coming back 3 years from now to collect another large lump sum payment. So he had to ask himself, we're going to pay all this weight to Nebuchadnezzar, or we're going to sit back here and support Egypt and pay and support Egypt. So this is why we're going into this in the first place. Because the question that Jehoiakim's advisors was like, listen, we might be able to save our money and just support Egypt and avoid these taxes by the Babylonian Empire.
That's an expensive bet to take.
But that's a hell of a gamble when all the prophecies are lining up saying, listen, Babylon's going to win, Egypt's going to fall.
You brought that up a couple last class or one before that, how the Most High had already prophesied that Nebuchadnezzar is going to be the new king.
I know, and now all the nations in Levant had to pay him. They didn't listen to that. They didn't listen to this one either. And once again, the Battle of Carchemish. In 605 BC, the Egyptian army, led by Pharaoh Necho, who reigned from 610 to 595, the son of Psammetichus I, traveled north to Carchemish on the Euphrates to fight off the Babylonian army, led by Crown Prince Nebuchadnezzar II, son of Nabopolassar, who was dying back in Babylon. In what was to be Assyria's last stand, Nebuchadnezzar won a resounding victory against the Egyptian army, after which he moved to consolidate his power over the region, once ruled by the Assyrian Empire, but which was now under Egyptian control. So it just goes back into the fact that this battle, this victory, symbolized the switching of power from Assyrian and Egypt into Babylonian power and hands. Now we're in verse 13. And verse 13 jumps into how they've already gotten past Carchemish. Now this battle deals with the end game of how Egypt's going to get taken out by the Babylonian Empire, and then they're going to get completely wiped out. Okay, read that.
Come on, 13 again.
Yes, 13 again.
Verse 13. The word that the Most High spake to Jeremiah the prophet, how Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon should come and smite the land of Egypt. Declare ye in Egypt, and publish in Migdol, and publish in Noph, and in Tahpanhes. Say ye, stand fast, and prepare thee, for the sword shall devour round about thee. Why are thy valiant men swept away? They stood not, because the Most High did drive them. He made many to fall, yea, one fell upon another. And they said, arise, and let us go again to our own people, and to the land of our nativity, from the oppressing sword.
Done.
They did cry there, Pharaoh, king of Egypt, is but a noise. He hath passed the time appointed.
Meaning, listen, that means, listen, you ran your course, you've passed your time appointed. Listen, Most High, listen, he's letting us know every king, every nation has an appointed time to be in power. And he's like, Nico, your time is up.
You know, you can read Genesis. You read Genesis chapter 15, verse 16, real quick.
Genesis chapter 15, verse 16.
Read that.
But in the fourth generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full.
So the Most High replaces one kingdom with another. When that kingdom reaches a certain level of stench, and they reach a certain level of pollution, and it reaches the Most High. Once that stench, that pollution, that defilement reaches the Most High says, okay, it's time for you to come down, and I'm about to replace you. You're about to get replaced. But once your what you call them is not full. Iniquity is not yet full. So the Most High is patient with these nations, but the more polluted and toxic they become, then the Most High is getting ready to strip them from their power and replace them.
There's a verse that I can't remember off the top of my head. It talks about how the Most High pleads with us. He was pleading with us from prophet to prophet to prophet. With the nations, the difference with the nations, he just has them run their course and wipes them off.
That's in second Maccabees chapter 6.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah.
Because it tells you, listen, with the nations, I'm just going to let them run their course and move on with them. With the Jews, I'm going to sit back and keep working with you. Because I want you to change. I'm going to sit back and sting you and correct you and chastise you. But these nations, I'm going to let them run their course and fall off the map.
You start at verse 12 and read down to verse 16.
It is 12. Yep. Somebody read the 2nd Maccabees 6, verse 12
through 16.
Yeah, read that one. Thank you, sir.
2 Maccabees chapter 6 and verse 12. Now I beseech those that read this book, that they be not discouraged for these calamities, but that they judge those punishments not to be for destruction, but for a chastening of our nation. For it is a token of his great goodness when wicked doers are not suffered any long time, for forthwith punished. For not as with other nations, whom the Lord patiently forbeareth to punish, till they come to the fullness of their sins, so dealeth he with us.
So, exactly. So, reverse is, for not as other nations whom the Lord patiently forbeareth to punish, till they come to the fullness of their sins. He's like, once the nations like Nico run their course, he's done with them. He just moves on with them. The Most High don't let us get away with wickedness for long periods of time. He's constantly checking us. That means he loves us. He loves us because he keeps checking us. But the nations, I'm going to let you run your century, and I'm going to get rid of you. Your 80 years, your 3 generations, and you're done. And I'm going to wipe you out, and I've moved my hands with you. And that's the situation. Does that make sense? Let's continue.
But the Jews, that he'll sting the Jews quicker.
He'll sting them
faster?
quicker, exactly, to try to get a response from them.
Okay.
He sting you so he don't quit on you.
That's the point.
You go read that in
I feel you.
1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 32.
I'd rather sting you than leave you alone.
1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 32. But when we are judged, we are chastened of the Most High,
Go ahead.
that we should not be condemned with the world.
Right, because if the Most High don't chasten you, what happens? He's gonna let you run your course, and then do away with you. But the chastening is so he can tolerate you.
Yep.
He spank you and sting you so he don't quit on you.
Yep.
Because
he loves you.
Because he loves you.
Whom the Lord loveth, he
He
chasteneth.
chastening.
And if versus dealing with you like a bastard.
Yep.
We let you run your course, and whatever happens to you happens.
Whatever happens to you, that's that. You know, you set yourself. You want to leave. You want to do your thing. When you fall, you fall. So what?
Hey, you pass your time appointed.
Yep.
It's more of a colder relationship he has with the nations.
Right.
But the triggering point, which I will pull a good verse, Ecclesiastes 10 and 8. This is when it says that this person or this nation has run their course or has what was the word you said? Not run their course, but
Iniquity has not yet been full.
yeah. So, but the iniquity being full, what's the things that establishes the iniquity being full for the Most High to drop the hammer on you? It's Ecclesiastes 10 and 8. Read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 8. Because of unrighteous dealings, injuries, and riches got by deceit.
Those are the actions that get to the Most High, where it just gets to the host of heaven, and He's done with you. When it's so many unrighteous dealings, injuries to people, doing people wrong, taking advantage of people, and riches gotten by deceit. When it gets so high, then he has to switch the power from one to another. This is what's happening now, where you got Ham or Africans in Chad and Niger. It was Niger, but it's Chad also. There's other countries saying, I'm tired of these French and these American colonials taking our power away. It's multiple countries protesting this neo-colonialism. The only difference between colonialism now and colonialism back in the 17, 18, 1900s was back in the day, they would have Edomites over and having more hands-on effect in African countries or in Central and South America. Now, all they have is just puppet leaders.
Right.
Taking bribes
And just following orders, having another face to it. This is why America and France is trying to get ECOWAS to go and fight against the Niger people. And because they're like, if we go out here, then we let it the bad guys.
Yeah, but but Niger got Burkina Faso, which putting military presence inside of Niger to prevent that from happening also.
But what I'm saying, that's true. But that guy Faso is holding his country down, but they're trying to get Nigeria.
Yep.
And because they had the largest army in Africa, we're gonna get these Nigerians to go and get Niger, let them fight amongst each other, versus we get our hands dirty and we look bad.
Right.
While the South African president said we just need one Africa.
Yeah.
We get rid of all the Europeans.
But see, everybody's talking tough because they got Russia backing them.
Yep.
That's the only reason they're talking like
I
this.
heard Russians moving in.
Well, good, they got Russia there. The Russians they've been there. They got Russian military outfits out there. That's the only reason you can talk that talk. They weren't talking tough when Russia was down. What people don't understand is the only thing keeping America honest during the Cold War was Russia. This is why what ended up happening when Russia fell in 1990. I think it was 90. 89, 90.
Gorbachev.
When the Cold War broke down and the Berlin Wall broke.
Right.
When all that happened, everybody was rejoicing and, yeah, communism is down. As that was happening, they were finally setting their sights on that oil in Iraq. It happened right after each other. Right after Russia fell is when they went and took out Iraq and got the oil. Because now there was no more other country getting in the way of our domination, our full spectrum domination. They had to break Russia. Then it was Iraq. Then it's Afghanistan.
Yep.
This was the situation.
It was right in the still.
The only reason that Russia couldn't take out Afghanistan is who was funding Afghanistan weapons back then? It was the United States. The United States was arming bin Laden to fight against the Russians.
Right.
That was the whole thing. What made Egypt so powerful to where they were even fighting Israel in that 7-day war? Russia was backing Egypt. America was backing Israel. There's always been this counterbalance of two superpowers. There's a counterbalance of nations backing these weaker nations. So when Russia fell, they had to get their house in order. So now that whole land was for them. Because don't forget, America was backing Iraq. Russia was backing Iran. When all those wars were fighting.
Saddam back in Saddam.
So then what happened? The white men were like, okay, I don't need Saddam. I don't back Saddam anymore because Iran doesn't have Russia backing. So let me just rob Saddam.
Yep.
And then they've been trying through different proxies to bring down Iran. They just haven't been successful yet. There's a book I have called Covert Regime. Over the entire Cold War period, they attempted over 150 coups. They're always, listen, if you're not trying, you know what I mean? What's that saying about the trying?
Yeah. If you ain't cheating,
you ain't trying. And that's what they're doing. They're trying to cheat all around the world, causing all type of chaos and civil wars.
And it seems like all of this is over all them shitholes. It's just a bunch of shitholes.
But it's not SHIT holes. Because these SHIT holes are, you know what? They're nutrient rich.
They're rich in minerals.
They're rich in natural resources.
Yeah. But
that's what it is.
They didn't care about Africa until they found all kind of cobalt and gold and oil. Now all of a sudden they're interested
because their technology now all of a sudden creates a need for different minerals. So now we got to sit back and establish more projects in Africa. Even what makes Chad so important? I think it's their cobalt or their lithium. It's something that France needs desperately to maintain their production in their country. That's why they don't want to give it up. They need it, and they don't want to pay market value for it. And that's the thing. Why pay market value when I can sit back here and beat the middleman? That's what everybody's trying to do.
That's what Joseph Mapunga said. He said recently. He said we're going to get rid of the dollar from the West. He says, and gold will be the standard, and we're going to sell Europe. We're going to get our gold back from Europe.
Yeah.
He says because we're going to sell Europe
That was
all of their minerals. He said we're going to trade it in gold only.
Huh?
He said so we're going to get our gold back to Africa, and every mineral, all of our wheat, our corn, all of our resources shall be sold in gold, not in dollars. He said gold. He said dollars is just paper. He said we don't want your paper no more.
Okay.
He said we want our gold back.
Okay.
So now you're going to have to buy your resources in gold, and that's how he said that's how we'll get our gold back to Africa.
Yeah. Is that younger king? That
Now,
younger dude that's-
Mapanga, they're all young. They're not old. But Mapanga's like, he got a gray beard, but they're all militant.
What country?
I think Mapanga is from Zimbabwe. I think that the one you're talking about is from South Africa. Mileti or he's the one.
He's somewhat new.
Yeah, he's somewhat new, but he was a soldier that rose up into the ranks of leader of and the Europeans said that he wasn't good for economics.
And that's all I see him in, his militants.
His militant uniform, yeah. And there's other, and I think what you're talking about is the leader of Burkina Faso, the young dude with the red turtleneck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He rocks the red turtleneck.
Yeah.
That's fossil.
That's Faso. Yeah, he's a young cat too. They're all in the same. The
Mindset.
the most I got them all in the same mind frame.
He's getting close to Russia, right?
Well, they're yes, they have backers. Listen,
Right.
Africa wasn't talking nothing until the whole world saw that Russia held it down, and they're strong. And it was uranium that Niger has. Niger has uranium, but all of them see, damn, Russia took their best blow, and they're still standing and they're thriving. And that gave everybody else, the whole world, confidence that, you know what?
Right.
We can stand on our own 2 feet with a little bit of backing. Now, because the thing is, this is what has been scaring everybody, you know what? Shitless. Sanctions. How they break you. They cut off all of your money, all of your loans, all of your access to build further. They already don't give you infrastructure. So if they don't allow you to establish your infrastructure, then all you're living on is loans. And if they take your loans away from you, your country is finished.
That happened with that Asian country.
It was not Pakistan. It was Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka.
Yes.
Yeah, they're in a complete collapse.
Yeah.
Huh.
And any country,
Economic, yeah.
any country can just come on in there.
But see, they're in an economic collapse because they did what they were told. Because they were in so much debt by the IMF, they said, okay, we're going to be the guinea pig with this nitrogen. We're going to remove nitrogen from the fertilizer, and we're going to see how the plants and the crops turn up. And it was like 75% less than what the normal crops go because they're trying to go with this. We're gonna have a cleaner soil and cleaner we're gonna take away the nitrogen from the fertilizer because we're trying to be nicer to the environment, and it backfired. So now all of a sudden there's no nitrogen. You can't grow nothing. Now you can't feed yourself, and you can't sell to other countries, and your whole GDP goes in the tank. But you know what? They had to be guinea pigs because they're in so much debt.
Right.
They'll sit back and get their loans extended out if they play ball. This is how they break it. This is how corporations in America, they're broken. This whole situation with Bud Light. If Bud Light didn't keep pushing what they're pushing, guess what? You don't get loans from the bank. That's how they establish this, how they can manipulate the agenda, so to speak. They manipulate the agenda because if you don't follow the agenda, you don't get loans, you don't get financing, you don't get government-backed loans, you don't get kickbacks.
You don't get medicines.
You don't get the things you need to keep your business alive.
Hospitals.
But it's all about the money in the banking system.
School systems.
Listen, if you can't keep funding, you can't keep growing. So, you have to push this agenda if you want the loans. You're going to have to push rainbow agendas. Or, you can't eat. So what are you going to do? You're going to sit back and say, we're going to sit to our integrity? Then you do that and be broke. Because that's how they establish break these corporations. On a smaller level. And then on the national level, like, oh, the Green Deal. That's what's the Green Deal. Because they're doing the same thing in the Netherlands. They're trying to sit back and break all these farmers and taking the nitrogen out of their lands. Out of their soil. Or their fertilizer, I should say. But they're really crippling the industry, and they're trying to take their farms away from them.
Yeah,
that's what they're really trying to do.
Then you got Bill Gates buying all the farmland in America, and then you have him creating his own
BlackRock too.
His own hybrid his hybrid food companies. A lot of his food is bioengineered.
GMO.
It's GMO.
There's I think his company's name is Peel.
Yeah.
If you see Peel,
Don't buy it.
don't buy it because it is all GMO. But anyway, let's keep going, man. Because we're running low on time, and we got to get to the end of this class.
Verse 17.
Jeremiah 46 and 17.
Jeremiah chapter 46, verse 17. They did cry there. Pharaoh, king of Egypt, is but a noise. He hath passed the time appointed.
So he's just a name. He had a run. He's fading. Read on.
As I live, saith the king, whose name is the Most High of Hosts. Surely as Tabor is among the mountains, and as Carmel by the sea, so shall he come.
Mm-hmm.
O daughter, dwelling in Egypt, furnish thyself to go into captivity. For no shall be waste and desolate without an inhabitant.
Noth, Tabor, Talphanes, Migdol, they're all major cities of Egypt. Read on.
Egypt is like a very fair heifer, but destruction cometh, it cometh out of the north.
Out of the north from Babylon. Read on.
Also, her hired men are in the midst of her like fatted bullocks, for they also are turned back and are fled away together.
Their hired men are those mercenaries from Ethiopia and northern Africa, Libya and Lydia that were all lined up to back Egypt. Read on.
For they also are turned back.
The fatted bullocks are they're being prepared for the what? Slaughter. Okay. Read on.
Also her hired men are in the midst of her like fatted bullocks, for they also are turned back and are fled away together. They did not stand because the day of their calamity was come upon them, and the time of their visitation.
Read on.
The voice thereof shall go like a serpent, for they shall march with an army and come against her with axes and hewers of wood. They shall cut down her forests, saith the Most High, though it cannot be searched, because they are more than the grasshoppers, and are innumerable. The daughter of Egypt shall be confounded. She shall be delivered into the hand of the people of the north. The Most High of hosts, the power of Israel, saith, Behold, I will punish the multitude of No, and Pharaoh, and Egypt with their gods, and their kings, even Pharaoh and all them that trust in him.
Read on.
And I will deliver them into the hand of those that seek their lives, and into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and into the hand of his servants. And afterward it shall be inhabited, as in the days of old, saith the Most High.
The problem is, as Jeremiah is prophesying this happened after Israel already fell. So they're still making decisions. They're still thinking and making plans as if Egypt was going to be strong still. They weren't listening to the prophecies. They weren't hearkening to the message. And the actual fall happened later.
Yeah, that's the Most High putting Israel in a trick bag.
That's the catch. Kinda.
Yeah, thinking that, you know what, we might have a chance for Egyptian rule.
Maybe Jeremiah isn't true in this prophecy.
Right.
Maybe he's off on this prophecy. So this is the setup. But the crazy thing is this. The setup is in chapter 46. Jeremiah gives you two separate prophecies. The first prophecy is the fall of Carchemish, in Carchemish. The second part of the prophecy is Egypt falling completely and Babylon's invading of Egypt. That's the latter part. That didn't happen yet. But the first part of it did happen, which should give the people credence to say, hey, this other part's going to happen. The first part happened. They did lose in Carchemish. They did lose in 605. So why wouldn't I think that eventually Egypt's going to fall and be invaded by Babylon? Why wouldn't I think that?
Because they don't trust the Most High.
Exactly. So the Most High has given us just enough, or gave them enough truth and tangible reality for them to hold on to.
Most High hit them with an FTX investment now. You know that? Yeah, that's Sam Brankford.
Oh man.
Yeah, hit him with a whoop-de-whoop.
But it was a whoop-de-whoop because they chose the whoop-de-whoop. He said it's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's crazy,
It was a false hope. It
was a false damn hope. So read verse 27-28 so we can get to the reason why we're here in the first place. Read on.
Jeremiah 46 and 27. But fear not thou, O my servant Jacob, and be not dismayed, O Israel. For behold, I will save thee from afar off.
So he says, don't worry about it. I'm going to save you from afar from Babylon. I'm going to sit back and deliver you from that land and bring you back. Egypt's going to fall and we're going to forget about him. But I ain't forgot about you. Read on.
I will save thee from afar off, and thy seed from the land of their captivity. And Jacob shall return, and be in rest and at ease, and none shall make him afraid.
Mm-hmm.
Fear thou not, O Jacob my servant, saith the Most High, for I am with thee. For I will make a full end of all the nations, whither I have driven thee.
He's like, listen, everything is sort of plead back to us. Hey, man, Egypt's going to be eliminated. Babylon's going to be eliminated. But I have not forgotten you, and I'm going to look after you. I'm going to protect you. And I'm going to bring you back and keep working with you again and give this another shot. The other guys haven't moved on. They're here today, they're gone tomorrow. Read on.
But I will not make a full end of thee, but correct thee in measure.
So he's like, for the level of wickedness you brought to the table, you need captivity in another country. These are facts. For how bad you are, I'm going to take you from your place.
Exile.
Yes. But, because I can't just let you just get away with murder and no punishment.
Yeah.
You got to get punishment, but I will bring you back. Read on.
But correct thee in measure.
It's in measure. I'm not going to fully discard you. Read on.
Yet will I not leave thee wholly
You
unpunished.
can't walk around here and act like you've done nothing. You're going to have to feel this. So, with all that being the case, when we're reading in history, in Jeremiah 46, I'm going to say it again, this chapter deals with the Battle of Carchemish, in which the Egyptians lost. And then it deals with all the way to the end, when the Egyptians get captured or taken out in the land of Egypt. But there is a war in between that isn't talked about here, which is what really draws Jehoiakim out and where he makes his fatal mistake. Like I said earlier, 605 BC was when Jehoiakim made his first payment to the Babylonians. And he was supposed to make his payments every 3 years in gold and whatever measures of monies that are required. So every 3 years he has to give up this bread again. So now we're at 602 BC when the next payment is coming up. Now I got to go into the history. What's that?
Man, the Most High used bills to get Israel to make changes.
Because he got a big bill, and Jehoiakim got decisions to make. I got to pay all this gold and talents to the king of Babylon.
Yeah.
But in 602 BC, guess what's happening? There's another battle between Egypt and Babylon. So let me go see. Remember that meme with that dude sitting back here? Yes, popcorn.
Yeah.
I want to see what's happening. I want to see how this goes out, how this happens. So it says Nebuchadnezzar. This is some history information. Nebuchadnezzar's failed attempt to conquer Egypt in 601 BC. So Nebuchadnezzar made another go at taking out Egypt. Okay, at this particular period of time. The chronicle entry for the 3rd year of Nebuchadnezzar's reign is mostly unreadable, but in the 4th, he invaded Egypt. Given Nebuchadnezzar's success in defeating Egypt and Assyria in the Battle of Carchemish and his conquest of the Philistine states, the Judites may have expected Babylonia to be victorious. So, once again, the prophecy in Jeremiah 46 says that Babylon was going to beat Egypt in Egypt. That's the prophecy, right? So, it said, expected Babylon to be victorious. Egypt, under the powerful Cushite dynasty, had been conquered by the Assyrian kings, King Esarhaddon and Ashurbanipal, only decades earlier. Babylon was the current great Mesopotamian power and it looked as if the 26th dynasty Egypt would not fare any better than its predecessor. But reading between the lines of the Babylonian Chronicles entry, the Chronicle does not explicitly admit defeat. We can hear that we can see that Nebuchadnezzar lost the battle in Egypt and had to retreat. Depending on different depictions, it was said that it was a stalemate. That Nebuchadnezzar lost a lot of people and warriors, and King Necho lost a lot of warriors and fighters on the Egyptian end. Okay, that's just on a history level in 602, 601 BC. In the month of Kislev, which we know is December, he, Nebuchadnezzar, took his army's lead and marched to Egypt. When the king of Egypt heard the news, he mustered his army. They fought one another in the battlefield, and both sides suffered severe losses. They inflicted a major defeat upon one another. So it was a stalemate. The king of Akkad and his army turned away and went back to Babylon. So Nebuchadnezzar, whatever happened in that fight in 602, Nebuchadnezzar said, you know what, we're getting the hell out of here. We got wounded. Okay? Non-Babylonian sources indicate that the Egyptians even counterattacked and retook Gaza, which is a Philistine region, from the Babylonians. In the introduction to Jeremiah's lament over Ashkenaz and Gaza, quoted, the Masoretic text prefers a tradition in this introductory verse that record this reconquest. Okay? All that means is, once Babylon and Egypt fought for the land of Egypt, and it was a stalemate, Babylon from there went back home, and the king of Egypt, Necho, went back and retook the land of the Philistines. And we read earlier about the Philistine land got conquered by the Babylonians and they set it afire. And at that time last week, we were praying and having that fast because we were afraid that Babylon would leave from Philistine and go to Jerusalem. Remember that? Now they're saying that King Necho went back and retook that area in the Philistine land after Babylon left and went home to recruit and get themselves together. So on the outside, it looked like Egypt won. They retook the land of the Philistines. So now Philistines are going to be a vassal for Egypt again because they retook Egypt. So what is Jehoiakim and the Hebrews thinking when they see all this? Think about it. What do you think the Hebrews are thinking? 602 BC, King Necho took an L. King Nebuchadnezzar, they left. So maybe we don't have to pay.
We don't got to pay this bill.
We don't got to pay this bill. And we can sow in our money. And we can put our money and our support back to Egypt because Egypt once again came through. Yep. And you know what the prophecy of the Most High saying Babylon was going to sit back here and take over Egypt didn't come through. Jeremiah was wrong. I knew he was wrong.
I never liked him anyway.
I don't like this guy anyway. And the prophecy as of 602 BC in December, he's wrong.
You know,
so why should we follow him?
That's what you hope when you behind on your car note, and the bank that lends you the money is going out of business, and so you think to yourself, man, this bank that I borrowed the money from is going out of business. Maybe I don't have to pay no car note no more.
That's hilarious.
But all they do is sell a loan off to another bank, and you still got to pay that car note. You know what I'm saying? It's false hope.
It's the false hope, and they're sitting back here and taking the fact that the message didn't happen automatically. Now that gives me the right to rebel against the king
I can go back to doing
of Babylon. Now, doesn't it make more sense where it says Jehoiakim rebelled against the king of Babylon? Now does it make sense why he would rebel? Because in 602, even historians can't really say, was it a loss or was it a stalemate? That level of ambiguity, and I don't really know. Listen, if I don't really know, you're supposed to rest on the side of what? Being in order with the Most High.
Yeah.
If I don't know which way to go, this could go either way. You're supposed to be obedient. And that's the way you're supposed to go. And it happened that way to see if they were going to choose obedience or their comfort and logic. That was why it was set up this way. Does that make sense?
He baited him.
He always baits us this way. He baits us this way.
Mysterious.
I'm going to keep it mysterious in all spirity to see, in foggy, to see if you're going to choose me or your flesh.
But
So it's foggy as hell. They're like, man, did they walk away? Are they gonna ever come back? Maybe they might not ever come back. Maybe they're so sprayed of the damn Egyptians that they don't come back to the Levant. Then maybe we can sit back here and just do ourselves and support Egypt. Maybe that's what the Spirit's telling us. This is what the trick bag is. Yes.
That's awesome anyway, because that's going to sift out people who are just only serving on the fear, like on the fear of losing the things that they
God. And now you're going to serve the Most High? Because when it's foggy, you're going to serve you're going to do the spiritual thing? Or what makes more sense to you? This was the setup. Now the setup is in. They ate the cheese. They didn't send the money. They ate all that cheese. Right? They did not send a shekel of gold. Right? So now this is where we're at. So now Egypt's defeat of the Babylonians in this campaign changed the political landscape in the Levant. As noted above, upon the destruction of Ascalon and other Philistine cities in 604 BC, like we talked about, Judah felt it had no choice but to become a vassal of Nebuchadnezzar. That was when all that praying and that fasting was going on. But now, 3 years later, when Pharaoh Necho's triumph in 601 BC, Jehoiakim switched sides back to Egypt. Because that's what it looked like on the outside. This was the wiser play. Here's what I'm talking about. We got to use wisdom, got to be in the spirit and use wisdom.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you use wisdom.
When you try to finesse a situation
versus obedience.
Versus staying in order.
So we read all these verses about you're going to have to serve the king Nebuchadnezzar. The whole region is going to have to serve King Nebuchadnezzar. If you don't, you're going to get destroyed. We went over that like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I think it was Jeremiah like 27 or something. I'm not going to go and read the whole chapter, but I think Jeremiah 27. Yes. Read. This would be one favorite. Is it 27? Read 27 and verse 8. Jeremiah 27 and verse 8.
Jeremiah chapter 27, verse 8. And it shall come to pass that the nation and kingdom which will not serve the same Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, and that will not put their neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon, that nation will I punish.
The Moses said he's going to punish that nation if you don't sit back here and serve Babylon. So regardless of if they won this battle in 601 or if they didn't win this battle in 601.
It was a stalemate.
Or it was this, once again, that's the point. If it was a stalemate, whatever happened, you were supposed to obey. Read on.
Saith the Most High, with the sword, and with the famine, and with the pestilence.
I'm going to sit back and bring disease, sword, and famine. Read on.
Until I have consumed them by his hand.
So it's very clear what the words of the Most High is versus what we can logically see or what really happened in this war, or Babylon lost or won or a stalemate. None of that mattered. The whole region was supposed to submit. Egypt didn't submit. That's why they eventually got conquered. Philistines didn't submit. That's why they got wiped out. We didn't submit. That's why we got wiped out. But you know what? But it goes back to, you're going to follow counsel or do what you want to do.
So that's what it means, or this situation is kind of like what it means to find an excuse according to your will.
Because you know what, your will, it looks like your will might be right.
Right.
It looks like your reasoning makes sense. Because because when you read it when you go to 2 Kings 24, we're going to go there, it doesn't go into these details. So you're like, man, what the hell was Jehoiakim doing? This nigga just rebelled, then didn't send his money out. Why would you not send his money out? He's an idiot. Yeah. And when you sit back and look at it, it was an exquisite
subtlety.
It was a subtle way the Most High got him. It wasn't like you had to be obedient, and you needed a history of serving the Most High for this answer to be clear. If you're accustomed to serving the Most High and putting yourself last, this is a no-brainer. Right. But if you weren't accustomed to doing that, you can easily get caught slipping with
If
this
you're
path.
accustomed to trusting your own wisdom,
And then you're going to get caught in this path. And when you see like that, Jehoiakim wasn't necessarily an idiot. He just never learned how to serve the Most High.
so he didn't have spiritual discernment.
Exactly. And
You
because of it,
you don't have spiritual discernment. You always make the play that's not
logical play.
the logical play, the prudent play
Yep.
over the play that's actually wisdom from the Most High.
and that's the catch. And when you sit back and get to the details, it makes more sense how he led his people into a bad forward downward spiral. Okay. So now, and then it says, I guess, where we go with this? I want to make sure before we go into this next. Yeah, let's do this. With that being the case, I'm going to read what. I want to read Kings. I'm going to read the beginning part of Kings. Let's do 2 Kings 24, verse 1 through 5, and then verse 7.
2 Kings chapter 24, verse 1.
1 through 5, and then verse 7.
Verse 1.
Let me get there real quick. So no, you're good. I was kind of moving around and. Read that.
2 Kings chapter 24, verse 1. In his days, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came up, and Jehoiakim became his servant 3 years.
So it was for 3 years. He was a servant. He was a vassal to King Nebuchadnezzar from 605 to 602. Read on.
Then he turned and rebelled against him.
So the rebellion is, okay, I saw this stalemate between you and Egypt. Why am I going to send money to the loser or to the possible loser? I'm going to hedge my bets on Egypt. Because Egypt looks like they might win it or they might be strong enough to pull this off. Hey, did you hear about the news that Egypt came back after Babylon left? They came back and retook the Philistines? That means they might come protect us. So let's put our money into Egypt. Read on.
Verse 2. And the Most High sent against him
So
bands.
I don't want to go into all that stuff. I just want to show verse 1. Because, no, you're fine. Verse 1 kind of encompasses a lot. But you need to go into history and kind of tie it together where the rebellion came from.
You said 1.
And what
Yeah,
sparked,
I did say that, but as I'm reading, I don't want to go all there yet.
what sparked the rebellion was that uncertainty of what was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, is it going to be an opportunity to benefit me?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it a spiritual decision where it may not benefit me, but I got to stay in order with the Most High?
And that's what all our decisions are always brought back and
Predicated
reduced
on.
to. Yes, sir. So with that, we're going to hold this because we'll go back to this. Let's go to Josephus now. Book 10. Josephus, book 10, chapter 6. Chapter 6, paragraph 1 through 3. Then we're going to come back in 2 Kings and finish that off. And then maybe do 1 or 2 more verses. But I want to kind of take our time. I like how Josephus kind of brought this down. Some of it's kind of like, we'll just go into it. We're going to it. So, once again, Antiquities of the Jews, book 10, chapter 6, paragraph 1 through 3.
Page 272.
Okay. Okay. Let's read that.
Josephus, book 10, chapter 6, paragraph 1, page 272. Now in the 4th year of the reign of Jehoiakim, one whose name was Nebuchadnezzar took the government over the Babylonians, who at the same time went up with a great army to the city Carchemish, which was at Euphrates, upon a resolution he had taken to fight with Necho, king of Egypt, under whom all Syria then was. And when Necho understood the intention of the king of Babylon, and that this expedition was made against him, he did not despise his attempt, but made haste with a great band of men to Euphrates to defend himself from Nebuchadnezzar.
What it's telling you is, even after the first battle of Carchemish, which was in 609, Egypt had power and influence all the way up to that jurisdiction. So whatever outpost that the Egyptians had in 605, it was being attacked and challenged by Nebuchadnezzar. So Necho brought his men from Egypt all the way up to reinforce his position in Syria. Read on.
Line 86. And when they had joined battle, he was beaten and lost many 10,000s of his soldiers in the battle.
And that was in Jeremiah chapter 46. Talked about that. Read on.
So the king of Babylon passed over Euphrates and took all Syria, as far as Pelusium, excepting Judea.
So he took all of Syria, and it took the Hittite kingdom, which was in Turkey. We talked about that earlier. So after he beat Necho in Carchemish, that means he took half of Necho's jurisdiction. So all Necho had left was the land of the Philistines, Judah, Jerusalem on down. Maybe Moab and those surrounding cities, but Syria on up was taken. And Necho relinquished that. But he didn't relinquish the other cities. Not really. Read on.
Line 87. But when Nebuchadnezzar had already reigned 4 years, which was the 8th of Jehoiakim's government over the Hebrews, the king of Babylon made an expedition with mighty forces against the Jews.
So now it jumps. A lot of the history doesn't go into specifics about that battle in 602. They don't go into it. It just jumps right into Nebuchadnezzar coming and attacking Jerusalem in 598 BC. Because that's the first time Nebuchadnezzar goes and attacks Judea. So I want to make sure I establish this timeline right. 609, Josiah dies. Egypt goes to help Assyria. Assyria loses. Egypt comes back down. Jehoiakim is a vassal to Egypt. 605, now Nebuchadnezzar comes and defeats Necho in Carchemish. Now all of a sudden, Israel has to pay their tribute to Babylon. Now it's every 3 years this payment has to be made. 602, they didn't make the payment because they saw Necho and they saw Babylon fight to at least a standstill. Babylon goes back home. Nothing happens for a few more years. Obviously, Babylon has to reinforce their position, get more men together, hire more people, get their supplies and affairs in order to come back in 598. The winter of 598, and they're gonna come and sit back here and take out Israel because Israel didn't pay their money in 602. So you're like, listen, if you think about it, you didn't pay us for 6 years.
Yeah, that's 2 payments they missed.
They missed 2 payments. So listen, we're gonna take out your whole, you know what? We're gonna take your whole shit out. You don't pay us two portions, 2 payments. We're gonna overthrow your land and take all your gold. You messed up. So read on.
By then they know you have no intention to pay.
You have no intention to pay. So okay, you don't want to pay us. We're gonna get our money right. We're gonna get our warriors right. We're gonna settle our affairs in the city. We're gonna come siege you. So it said, in required tribute of Jehoiakim,
The king of Babylon made an expedition with mighty forces against the Jews and required tribute of Jehoiakim and threatened on his refusal to make war against him. He was affrighted at his threatening and bought his peace with money and brought the tribute he was ordered to bring for 3 years.
that was the first time. That was the first monies he sent in 605. But every 3 years he had to bring the money out. Read on.
Paragraph 2. But on the 3rd year, upon hearing that the king of the Babylonians made an expedition against the Egyptians.
So it does explain it. So it says in that 3rd year, the rumor mill was out there that Babylon was going to fight these Egyptians. So now you're going to fall back and see how it goes before the money is set. Read on.
Upon hearing that the king of the Babylonians made an expedition against the Egyptians.
And now we know the details about that expedition in 602, that it was a stalemate at the least. Read on.
He did not pay his tribute. Yet was he disappointed of his hope. For the Egyptians durst not fight at this time.
Mm-hmm.
And indeed the prophet Jeremiah foretold every day how vainly they relied on their hopes from Egypt, and how the city would be overthrown by the king of Babylon, and Jehoiakim the king would be subdued by him. But what he thus spake proved to be of no advantage to them.
So what's happening is this. There was a physical stalemate and fight between Babylon and Egypt. What he's saying here is that he expected, if Babylon came back down to Israel, that the Egyptians will come up here and fight with the Hebrews to back them off. But what he didn't realize, that Nico was like, bro, these dudes almost wiped us out. They almost wiped, as much as everybody want to talk about how we almost wiped them out, we almost got wiped out. So listen, we don't got the manpower or the bread or the energy to back you up if they come and take you guys out. If they come take you out, I don't know what to say, man. That's what Egypt's saying. They don't want to sit there and go through another war after 602 with these damn Babylonians. Read on.
But what he thus spake proved to be of no advantage to them, because there were none that should escape. For both the multitude and the rulers, when they heard him, had no concern about what they heard, but being displeased at what was said, as if the prophet were a diviner, against the king, they accused Jeremiah.
They took the correction and the prophecies that Jeremiah dropped as a personal attack against the king. How many times do we take our counselors like they're personally attacking us? How many times do we take our husbands' counsel as a personal attack against us? And the detriment is us falling, being stung, and losing things. This is what all the priest, the princes, and the king didn't want to listen to Jeremiah telling them what's about to happen. Telling him that Egypt ain't going to back him up. Telling him that Egypt's going to fall. You're going to fall if you don't just serve the king of Babylon. All these things were happening. All of it was a setup for the fall.
You know, in Acts 23, real quick, 1 through 3, real fast. You can see this. You can see this happening not just at that time, but even during the time of Paul after Christ. The high priest didn't want to listen to what was said. Read that right there. Acts chapter 23, 1 through 3, real quick.
Acts chapter 23, verse 1. And Paul, earnestly beholding the council, said, Men and brethren,
He's talking to the council, the leaders of the people. Men and brethren, read.
I have lived in all good conscience before the Most High until this day.
Read.
And the high priest Ananias commanded them that stood by him to smite him on the mouth.
He said, man, who are you talking to? Like, as if we're a bad example. Because what he was saying was, y'all are a bad example as leaders. Y'all leading the people the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? As far as not believing in Christ. So he said, Ananias immediately ordered that Paul get his mouth slapped. Read that again.
Verse 2. And the high priest Ananias commanded them that stood by him to smite him on the mouth. Then said Paul unto him, The Most High shall smite thee.
He said, the Most High gonna smite you. Just like you smite me in the mouth, you slap me in my mouth, the Most High gonna slap you back. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times, a lot of the prophecies or things foretold against the leaders of our people, they take it as a personal problem. They take it as a personal attack. Like you're talking to me against me directly. But they're not looking at it like, man, this word's coming from the Most High. Just like Jeremiah. They like, man, we're not trying to hear what you got to say.
That's why when he heard Baruch say it, it was cool.
Yeah, Baruch.
When they found out it came from Jeremiah, you got to get out of town, man.
Yeah.
King going to want to kill you.
Man, Jeremiah got no respect.
I know.
Yeah. So it's common for our people not want to hear correction.
It's like an African proverb. A speaker of truth have very few friends.
Yes.
These are facts. I was like, man, that African guy was wise as hell. Whoever said that,
Yeah.
he's dropping it.
Kept it real.
The speaker of truth have very few friends.
And they run a lot.
Yeah. Well, let's keep going. I'm sorry.
Verse 3. Then said Paul unto him, The Most High shall smite thee, thou whited wall.
He called him a whited wall, man. You know, but a whited wall is a sepulcher. He's talking about, man,
On the outside, you look all pure.
Yeah, you look pure on the
you're
outside, but inside you full of dead man's bones.
Yep.
That's why I call him a whited wall. Read.
For sittest thou to judge me after the law, and commandest me to be smitten contrary to the law?
He said, you sitting here trying to judge me by the law, but everything you stand for is contrary to what?
The law.
The law. He said, so you calling him a what? A hypocrite. He said, you're a damn hypocrite, man. But that's what when you expose the hypocrisy of our people, prepare yourself to get smitten. Prepare yourself to get slapped across the face. Because our people don't like to be exposed for their hypocrisy. You can let that go back to Josephus.
Okay.
Boy, some of these priests was cold-blooded brothers.
Okay.
We're at book 10, chapter 6, the end of line 90. They accused Jeremiah, I go back a little, but being displeased at what was said, as if the prophet were a diviner against the king, they accused Jeremiah. In bringing him before the court, they required that a sentence and a punishment might be given against him. Now all the rest gave their votes for his condemnation, but the elders refused, who prudently sent away the prophet from the court of the prison.
Listen, it was only one elder that had his back. That's what Jeremiah talked about, and it was a person who was connected with him, Shalom, from many years ago during the time of Josiah. Mm-hmm. This is kind of going back into that I think 3 or 4 weeks ago we went into that. Okay, but keep going.
And persuaded the rest to do Jeremiah no harm, for they said that he was not the only person who foretold what would come to the city, but that Micah signified the same before him, as well as many others, none of whom suffered anything of the kings that then reigned, but were honored as the prophets of the Most High.
Mm-hmm. So what he was saying is what was a regurgitation of that verse, that chapter we read about. I think it was 26. I think it was Jeremiah 26 that it talked about how other men prophesied in different kings' reigns and they were untouched. There was a prophet that talked about in the time of Hezekiah that Israel was going to fall, and Hezekiah let him go, let him do his preaching without impeding him. So he said others taught and didn't get stung, so let this guy do the same thing. I don't know if it was 26. Yeah, it was 26. It was 26. It was Jeremiah 26. That chapter talked about it. But anyway, let's continue in Josephus.
Okay. Line 93. So they mollified the multitude with these words and delivered Jeremiah from the punishment to which he was condemned.
Mm-hmm.
Now when this prophet had written all his prophecies, and the people were fasting and assembled at the temple on the 9th month of the 5th year of Jehoiakim, he read the book he had composed of his predictions of what was to befall the city and the temple and the multitude.
He didn't read it. That was Baruch that read it. That's what the scripture said. They're kind of compiling all these minor stories into this one paragraph. But Jeremiah didn't read it. He spoke it to Baruch. Baruch wrote it. Baruch took the script and read it. Read on.
And when the rulers heard of it, they took the book from him and bade him and Baruch the scribe to go their ways, lest they should be discovered by one or other. But they carried the book and gave it to the king, so he gave order in the presence of his friends, that his scribe should take it and read it. When the king heard what it contained, he was angry and tore it, and cast it into the fire, where it was consumed. He also commanded that they should seek for Jeremiah and Baruch the scribe, and bring them to him, that they might be punished. However, they escaped his anger.
Read on.
Paragraph 3. Now, a little time afterwards, the king of Babylon made an expedition against Jehoiakim, whom he received into the city, and this out of the fear of the foregoing predictions of this prophet, as supposing that he should suffer nothing that was terrible, because he neither shut the gates nor fought against him.
You see what's foolish?
Wow.
You see what's dumb? His interpretation of the message that Jeremiah said was completely, backwards. The prophecy was for Jehoiakim to serve the king of Babylon and pay his fare and pay his debts.
That was
and
the
be
order.
a vassal.
That was the order. From
The
Father.
order was to pay the debts to the king of Babylon and not to withhold payment. By the time we're in paragraph 3, he's like, well, if I just open the gates to the king Babylon, I'm showing humility.
But that's
And I'm serving
that's gonna disannul the Jeremiah's predictions.
Because in his head, I'm serving him. I opened the gates. I willingly open the gates, and I'm not arguing with him. I'm serving him. You're not serving him the way the Most High said serve him. Most High said, send that goat up every 3 years.
Send that money if you're serving them.
Send that money up, make your life uncomfortable, and be broke because you're a servant. So he didn't be in order the way the Most High said be in order. He went in order the way he wanted to be in order. So I'm just going to, okay, the king Nebuchadnezzar is out here. I'm going to open his gate and show humility. Because that's what the Lord said I should do, is be humble in front of the king of Nebuchadnezzar. No, the Most High said, serve King Nebuchadnezzar and follow his orders. But once again, he followed Nebuchadnezzar like Jehoiakim follows the Most High. He's rebellious across the board. He does what he wants to do. Read paragraph 3 again from the top. It's crazy out there. This just shows us. You done?
Paragraph 3. Now, a little time afterwards, the king of Babylon made an expedition against Jehoiakim.
Because at this point, this is in 598 BC. To be specific, December of 598 BC. Like Shamshawan said, 2 payments haven't been paid. This dude is on foreclosure, right?
Yeah.
his land about to get foreclosed.
Well, you know what's so crazy? Our schemes got us in foreclosure.
That's the point, out. So we in foreclosure time, out. And we're sitting back here. I'm going to read this. In 598 BC, Nebuchadnezzar's seventh regnal year, he returned, retaking the parts of the Levant that he had lost to Necho a few years earlier. So he came back in 598. I'm going to sit back and get all my land back. I'm going to get all my money back. I got my money right. I got my army right.
I feel good.
Listen, now I'm better. Now, he always fights in December. I don't know why. He fought. It's like his 3rd or 4th time fight in December. But he's back in December, going back at it. I'm going to get what I lost. I'm going to get back to Philistines' lands, Moab, Israel, get all my shit back. So this is where he's at. It said, retaking the parts of the Levant that he had lost to Necho a few years earlier. As before, Nebuchadnezzar dealt harshly with Philistia, taking Gaza and Ashdod. That's what the prophecies is talking about. We learn of this from the prism found in Babylon, known at the Istanbul prism since this is where it is now displayed, which refers to building projects Nebuchadnezzar engaged in the 7th regnal year. Thus, when Nebuchadnezzar appeared at the gates of Jerusalem, he was already the dominant power in the Levant again. So by the time he got back to Jerusalem, he was flexing. He already got victory. He already got gold. He already got his money up again. When Nebuchadnezzar returned, Jehoiakim likely hoped till his last that Pharaoh Necho would save Judah, but it was not to be. So we're going to sit back here and continue reading in paragraph 3.
Paragraph 3. Now, a little time afterwards, the king of Babylon made an expedition against Jehoiakim, whom he received into the city, and this out of fear of the foregoing predictions of this prophet, as supposing that he should suffer nothing that was terrible.
I'm not going to suffer anything because I'm serving him now. I'm not going to make him fight, and I'm not going to let him have to besiege us. So that's me being humble. Because he's like, I could close the doors and just hold out for a few months. But you know what? If I don't, I'm showing him humility, and I'm willing to play ball with him.
Yep.
But he should have played ball 6 years ago when he wanted his money.
Been a minute.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
When it wouldn't be in that situation.
Come.
You read Luke chapter 11 verse 42 real quick. What that is, that little show that we do, that's a show of false humility. Read that.
Luke chapter 11, verse 42.
Read that.
And the Most High said, who then is that faithful and wise steward?
I'm sorry, 11 and 42?
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad.
But woe unto you.
Yeah, 11 and 42.
11 and 42. But woe unto you, Pharisees.
So this Christ talking straight to the Pharisees. Go ahead.
But woe unto you, Pharisees, for ye tithe mint and rue and all manners of herbs.
First of all, the Most High don't want no damn herbs anyway. But he said, you give the Most High crumbs. You give the Most High the least that you could possibly give him. Go ahead.
And pass over judgment.
But you pass over the more important things.
Mm-hmm.
Like judgment and what else?
And the love of the Most High.
And obedience to the Most High.
Kinda.
But a lot of us will try to give the Most High the least amount of things that we can just to say that I'm in order. Just to make it look like I'm following. Just to make it look like I'm listening. Just to make it look like I'm coinciding with the Most High's request.
Kinda.
We give the Most High little bitty herbs. But ultimately, when you look at the big picture, we're doing opposite of what the Most High really demands, like looking at people the right way and also being obedient.
True.
So we try to do a show of face. We try to save face and do this small little put on this show that I'm in order. But the show that we put on is really shallow, ultimately, compared to what the Most High really wants. And that's why him opening those gates of the city that we just reading is a small show of fake obedience.
Kinda.
It's a small show of fake love. I'm gonna put on this. I'm gonna give the Most High the least I can, so it doesn't appear that I'm out of order. But ultimately, I'm not in order. Ultimately, I'm not obedient. See, Christ was able to call this out in the Pharisees, against the Pharisees. He was able to call out their hypocrisy. That's why it's not surprising that we're reading about this, that Jehoiakim is actually doing the same thing. I'm going to open the gate because I'm going to make it look like I'm in order. I'm obedient. But he hasn't been obedient. How do you know? Because he wasn't paying them their money.
Kinda.
That's how you know.
So you can fake all this stuff now.
Yeah.
The real servitude would have been coming off that bread.
Coming off that bread would have been a determination to say, hey, you've been in agreement with us being kings. You've been in agreement with us being your leader.
Obedience is better than sacrifice.
Obedience is better than sacrifice.
Do what you told. We wouldn't have to come down here.
Yep.
If you did what we would have went back home already. We would have wiped out these Philistines and went back home. But you're gonna make us travel a couple 100,000 miles. I don't know how long this
with the armies though.
I gotta spend all this money to come down here to get you to pay the money.
That's more expense for me.
That's my point.
And you know how much of a provisions you got to provide army men when you got to feed them
That's the
for
point.
days before you prepare them to go to battle.
The expenses are out of this world.
Well,
that's the point. So let's go back to the Josephus from the top again, one more time.
Book 10, chapter 6, paragraph 3.
So Josephus, book 10, chapter 6, paragraph 3.
Now, a little time afterwards, the king of Babylon made an expedition against Jehoiakim, whom he received into the city, and this out of fear of the foregoing predictions of this prophet.
If he really feared the foregoing predictions, he would have paid the money.
He would have paid.
If he really feared that,
right?
Read on.
As supposing that he should suffer nothing that was terrible, because he neither shut the gates nor fought against him.
He's like, I'm not inconveniencing him now, so he's not going to hurt me. But you inconvenienced him for not paying him in the first place.
You didn't even send the IOU, bro.
Bro.
You could have sent
I gotta get my money.
Yeah, you could have sent a piece of paper and said, I owe you. Just to let him know, hey, I ain't forget about you.
But listen, this is 6 years past that. 602 to 598.
It's almost a decade.
No, I'm sorry. Let me take that back. It's 4 years. It was 4 years. 602 to 598. It's 4 years, but still.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It is 6 years.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
He didn't pay the 605.
Because he paid in 605.
But that was the last
He didn't
payment.
pay in 602. And then he in 598. So it's 6 years he didn't pay.
He's double under.
He's double under, right?
Yeah.
So 6 years he didn't pay. But it was 7 years that passed. 7 years that passed. So it's 2 payments and 1/3 of a payment he's behind on. Let's keep going.
Line 97. Yet, when he was coming to the city, he did not observe the covenants he had made.
Of course. Read on.
But he slew such as were in the flower of their age.
So listen, first of all, it says, yet when he was coming to the city, he did not observe the covenants he made. He's talking about Nebuchadnezzar. So obviously, Jehoiakim said, listen, if I let you in, you ain't gonna hurt me, is you? No, I ain't gonna hurt you, man. So he come in, and he didn't stick to his covenant. Nebuchadnezzar lied when he got in there.
Because he lied.
That's the point. So if you're going to lie to me, I'm going to sit back here, I'm going to flim-flam you. So Nebuchadnezzar comes in here, flim-flams them, and starts killing the people in the city.
Damn.
Read on.
But he slew such as were in the flower of their age.
Damn.
What does that mean?
Young, strong, vivacious.
The youth.
The youth are the people you need for the future of your nation.
Oh, he was killing them. Okay.
Yeah. Because, listen, you got to kill the strong to break the rest of the people. Read on.
And
Think about, I don't even ever saw Patriot. You ever saw Patriot?
Patriot.
With Mel Gibson?
Oh, yeah.
And they had to kill a young man who was strong and vivacious.
Yeah.
The young son, like the 19, 20-year-old guy that's on point and sharp and strong and healthy, you take him out.
Yeah.
Leave the old man, Mel Gibson, there to sit back and cry. We're going to take the youth.
or Ricky.
Was that?
Or Ricky. Wasn't it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why did he run in a straight line? Why didn't you zigzag? You don't run in a straight line?
Yeah.
Listen, I don't give a damn if you run a 4-4. That bullet's going through. You better zigzag. I think every black man took notes on that. You better run zigzag when the gun's pointed at you. You gotta get some space to get to the fence.
He ain't hit no trash cans. He ain't hit no.
He didn't do nothing. It was just like straight ahead north south. You better be shooking and juking. You better do something. Anyway, you brought it up. But let's keep going now.
Hey, Ricky was supposed to get that scholarship.
He's going to SC. That's what I'm saying. It's a good one. Don't should have died then. He should have got out of here. Get that nigga out of here, all right? What was that Burger 20 he was going? Anyway, you get the point, all right? What you hit me for? Keep going, all right?
But he slew such as were in the flower of their age, and such as were of the greatest dignity.
So they took out the distinguished of the people. Read on.
Together with their king Jehoiakim.
Now listen, this is where the story of Jehoiakim and how he goes down is kind of like the history is kind of not symbolic, but it's kind of like there's not a clear answer to what happens to him. Because some verses say he gets sent to Babylon, but then other verses say he gets killed and gets thrown over the city gates, city walls. So let's listen to it and see what happens. Read on. Together
with their king Jehoiakim, whom he commanded to be thrown before the walls.
So this, listen, Josephus says he was ordered to get thrown over the walls of Jerusalem as a punishment for his lack of for his rebellion.
That's a hell of a fall, bro.
Yeah, that's a hell of a fallout. So let's read on. Let's read that part real quick. Together with their king.
Together with their king Jehoiakim, whom he commanded to be thrown before the walls, without any burial.
Stop. We're going to go to Jeremiah 22. Jeremiah 22, verse 18 and 19. So this breakdown of what happened to him. Let's see. 22, verse 18 and 19. Read that.
Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 18. Therefore, thus saith the Most High concerning Jehoiakim the son of Josiah, king of Judah. They shall not lament for him.
They're not. Listen, the people aren't going to cry. Remember, in this chapter, this was when he was sitting back here getting, everything was candy red.
Yeah,
everything was red, candy red,
vermilion,
candy
red.
red.
Get the cedar planks.
Everything was on candy wood, and he was making all the people work for free.
Yep. In a recession.
In a recession, during a drought. But this prophecy was saying what? That nobody's going to cry for him, nobody's going to mourn for him. Read on.
They shall not lament for him, saying, Ah, my brother, or Ah, sister. They shall not lament for him, saying, Ah, Lord, or Ah, his glory.
You know why? Because they knew this dude led him right into the damn gutter. He led them right down to the gutter. Read on.
He shall be buried with the burial of an ass.
Do horses and donkeys get buried? They're not getting all the proper burials and stuff. He's not going to get buried. Read on.
Drawn and cast forth beyond the gates of Jerusalem.
This is the prophecy. He's going to be cast forth beyond the gates of Jerusalem. Now, does that mean he got thrown over by the Babylonians? I don't know. Because there's other verse that talk about how he was sent to Babylon. So it's kind of hard to kind of put it together. He might have got sent to Babylon and then got brought back and got killed out here in Israel. But it's kind of hard to prove which way it happened.
Either way, his life was over.
Either way, listen, what we do know is that he was buried in Jerusalem. And he died in Jerusalem, and he didn't get a proper burial in Jerusalem. The only question is, did he get sent to Babylon first, then get brought back to Jerusalem? That's the question. And when we read hold this real quick, and let's read 2 Kings 24, verse 2 now. We're going to read down a little bit.
2 Kings chapter 24, verse 2. And the Most High sent against him bands of the Chaldees, and bands of the Syrians, and bands of the Moabites, and bands of the children of Ammon, and sent them against Judah to destroy it.
So what's happening is the Philistines rebelled, but at this time Moab, Syria, and Ammon were all locked in with the Chaldeans. So they all encircled Israel at that time. Read on.
According to the word of the Most High, which he spake by his servants the prophets. Surely at the commandment of the Most High came this upon Judah, to remove them out of his sight, for the sins of Manasseh, according to all that he did.
It's telling you all that negative that Manasseh did, it kept root all the way to Jeremiah, all the way to the time of Jeremiah. Read on.
And also for the innocent blood that he shed, for he filled Jerusalem with innocent blood, which the Most High would not pardon. Now the rest of the acts of Jehoiakim and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah?
Mm-hmm. We're gonna read through 7, then go to Chronicles. Read on.
So Jehoiakim slept with his fathers, and Jehoiakim his son reigned in his stead.
Okay, so Jehoiakim reigned in after Kim. I'm saying Chin, so I don't, because Kim and Kim are real similar. So I like to do the Chin so that there's a little easier to differentiate the two.
Okay.
So Jehoiakim reigned after Jehoiakim, and he only reigned for 3 months, from December of 598 to April of 597. But keep going.
Verse 7. And the king of Egypt came not again any more out of his land. For the king of Babylon had taken from the river of Egypt unto the river Euphrates all that pertained to the king of Egypt.
So what he's saying is, listen, after that fight in 602, this is why it comes off like it was a stalemate. Because if it wasn't a stalemate, why wouldn't they come back out and challenge Babylon again? They were like, man, we lost a lot out of that battle in 602. It don't make sense to sit back and fight over some damn vassal territory. We need to sit back here and control Egypt versus sitting back here and having all these grandiose plans of world domination. So they stayed back, they fell back, and they never rose back to prominence again. And soon after they took the Levant out, Babylon, then they came back and finished out Egypt later on. Okay? So, will you finish with verse 7? We're going to go now to 2 Chronicles 36, verse 1 through 8. And we're gonna also hit up Josephus still. 2 Chronicles chapter 36, verse 5 through 8.
2 Chronicles chapter 36, verse 5.
Give me 1 second. No, I want chapter 1. I mean, verse 1. 36, verse 1 through.
Gotcha.
No. We're good. Let's do 5. We don't need 1.
Okay. 2 Chronicles chapter 36, verse 5. Jehoiakim was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem, and he did that which was evil in the sight of the Most High his power. Against him came up Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and bound him in fetters to carry him to Babylon.
This is why I don't know. We're going to go on the scriptures. We're going to stick with the scriptures. The scripture says he got bound in fetters and got sent to Babylon. Josephus said they threw him out over the damn roof. You know, you got to go with the scriptures. You know what I mean? But the prophecy did say in Jeremiah 22 that he was going to die in Jerusalem. And he was going to die and not have a proper burial, and nobody's going to care about him. So I don't know how that whole thing happened. I don't know how he escaped from Babylon and made it back to Israel just to die. I don't see it. In an 11-year span of time, I don't know. I don't see it. You know what I mean? Read on.
Verse 7. Nebuchadnezzar also carried of the vessels of the house of the Most High to Babylon, and put them in his temple at Babylon.
Mm-hmm.
Now the rest of the acts of Jehoiakim, and his abominations which he did, and that which was found in him, behold, they are written in the books of the kings of Israel and Judah, and Jehoiakim his son reigned in his stead.
You see how in Kings and Chronicles, they don't go into a lot of the specifics about what happened. That's why we had to stay so long in Jeremiah to go into all the specifics, because there's a lot more meat there. We're not even finished because we still got to get to Zedekiah, which is the last king. We got to go into Jehoiachin and Jehoiakim, which is still a long saga still. But it's important that we take the time to see how much the Most High was being patient with us. Anyway,
You'll never know. You'll never know how many years that Jeremiah was trying to get him to change.
you couldn't feel it. You might have read it, but you couldn't feel it.
Yeah.
You know, it's 11 years with Zedekiah and 11 years with 11 years with Jehoiakim, 3 months with Jehoiachin, 11 months with with Zedekiah. But you got to feel it and see how the dynamic went down. That's why we had to go in Jeremiah and take the time we've taken to paint a proper picture about this downfall.
And it also shows the commitment that the Most High had and the desire that he had for Israel to change their mind.
And
They rebelled.
So let's get back in the Antiquity of the Jews and the Josephus. We'll finish this out. This is start after they says Jehoiakim got thrown over the fence or the wall and made.
Okay. Line 97, at the end of line 97. Together with their king Jehoiakim, whom he commanded to be thrown before the walls without any burial, and made his son Jehoiachin king of the country and of the city. He also took the principal persons in dignity for captives, 3,000 in number, and led them away to Babylon, among whom was the prophet Ezekiel.
Now listen, that's not true, because when you read in Ezekiel, he came with Jehoiachin. I'm gonna prove that real quick, because like I said, sometimes Josephus might have his histories mixed up a little bit, so we gotta take it with a grain of salt. Read Ezekiel chapter 1 and verse 1 and 2.
Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 2. In the 5th day of the month, which was the 5th year of King Jehoiachin's captivity, the word of the Most High came expressly unto Ezekiel the priest, the son of Buzi, in the land of the Chaldeans by the river Shabar, and the hand of the Most High was there upon him.
He was sent out during the time of King Jehoiachin's reign. Now, I want to go to Daniel's chapter 1 real quick also. Daniel's 1 tells you 1 and 1 and 2.
Daniel chapter 1, verse 1. In the 3rd year of the reign of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, came Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, unto Jerusalem and besieged it. And the Most High gave Jehoiakim...
Now, even that historically doesn't make sense. It says in the 3rd year of the reign of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, came Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, unto Jerusalem and besieged it. That's not necessarily true. What it's saying is, maybe 3 years after Jehoiakim was in power, they're setting the timeline based upon Nebuchadnezzar's time in power. So when Nebuchadnezzar came into power in 605, they're setting Jehoiakim's reign in Judah based off Nebuchadnezzar being in power in Babylon. So they're saying 3 years after Nebuchadnezzar was in power, and Jehoiakim was serving Nebuchadnezzar in power was when the beginning of the besieging started, because once he didn't pay in that third year, it was over. Once he didn't make that payment in the third year, the besieging technically was on. Because if you don't pay in that third year, it's a matter of time before they come and break you. So we know it actually happened 7 years later, but the besieging happened when he chose to rebel. Read on.
Verse 2. And the Lord gave Jehoiakim king of Judah into his hand, with part of the vessels of the house of the Most High, which he carried into the land of Shinar, to the house of his power.
Mm-hmm.
And he brought the vessels into the treasure house of his God. And the king spake to Ashpenaz, the master of his eunuchs.
Matter of fact, let's just jump to, I love how you said that, by the way. Go to verse 6.
Verse 6. Now among these were of the children of Judah, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah.
So these children came with Jehoiakim into the land. This verse goes into how Jehoiakim was sent out too. It says, and the Lord gave Jehoiakim of Judah into his hand, and they went to Shinar. So this verse says Jehoiakim went to Babylon as well. In verse 2. But along with Jehoiakim, Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were sent also. So this first phase of the captivity, Daniel and those compatriots and a lot of the best and brightest went on that first round.
Which was the elite class.
But also 3 years later, the second phase of elites were sent out. Okay? So Ezekiel came and was sent out on the second phase. Daniel and princes and everybody were sent out on the first phase.
Which was what year?
598, December of 598 BC was when Daniel and them were shipped out. January, March. It was March, not April. March of 597 BC was when Jeconiah, and we're going to go into that later, and Ezekiel were sent out and shipped to Babylon. Anyway, I think it was 10,000 people were sent out that time to Babylon. It was only 3,000 sent the first go around.
Of the best of the best.
Of the best of the best. So when everybody talks about the fall of Jerusalem was in 586, it was really 598. It was when it started. And the best of our people were shipped out then. Okay. So let's continue back in the Josephus. So right now, there's a bone in there where it says he was thrown over this fence at that moment.
Really can't buy it.
You can't prove it. Scripture says he got shipped out, but he also died in exile and infamy back in Jerusalem somehow. Read on.
You want principal persons here?
Yes. He also took, yes.
Line 98. He also took the principal persons in dignity for captives, 3,000 in number, and led them away to Babylon, among whom was the prophet Ezekiel.
It was Daniel, not Ezekiel. But read on.
Who was then but young. And this was the end of King Jehoiakim, when he had lived 36 years, and of them reigned 11.
So this is the problem also. It's kind of hard to explain. If he died at age 36, how did he get to Babylon and then make it back to Israel in a year? And then die that same year?
The trainers.
I don't know. Listen, it's one of those answers you really can't explain. Because he said he died at age 36. That was what Chronicles said. So if he died at age 36, did he die in Jerusalem? Did he sit back and get shipped to Babylon and then come back to Israel and die there? I can't prove it. But I got to paint the picture so we can understand. We can only go off what the scriptures say. 2 Corinthians 13 and 9 says we know in part, we prophesy in part. Okay, so let's continue.
But Jehoiachin succeeded him in the kingdom, whose mother's name was Nehushta. She was a citizen of Jerusalem. He reigned 3 months and 10 days.
That's whack. Wow. He got out of there. He was in there for half a second, and then he was ousted very quickly. Let me see. I'm going to read in the BKC, the Bible Knowledge Commentary. It says, Jehoiakim, a wicked king, reigned in Jerusalem 11 years, part of the time under Necho and the Egyptians, and part of the time under Nebuchadnezzar and the Babylonians. Because of his wickedness, the Lord allowed him to fall to Nebuchadnezzar, who had driven the Egyptians out of Palestine. In that year, Daniel and his friends were taken captive to Babylon, which is in 598. Jehoiakim had at first been loyal to Nebuchadnezzar, but after 3 years he rebelled. Okay, it says the chronicler, but not the author of Second Kings, reported that Jehoiakim was then bound with bronze shackles and taken to Babylon, along with the sacred objects from the temple. Okay, I'm not buying this one right here either. I don't really like that. Apparently, Jehoiakim was released or escaped from Babylon because he was given a dishonorable burial outside of the gates of Jerusalem. His wicked reign was also recorded in the books of the kings of Israel and Judea. I want to go real quick. We kind of turned the page on him, but we need to sit back and go a little bit more on what happened with these ancient artifacts. Go back to 2 Chronicles 36. 2 Chronicles 36 and verse 7.
2 Chronicles chapter 36, verse 7.
Read that.
Nebuchadnezzar also carried of the vessels of the house of the Most High to Babylon, and put them in his temple at Babylon.
So listen, the holy vessels were taken from the temple and sent to Babylon. But the $1 million question is, what the heck happened to the Ark of the Covenant?
Right.
Because by the time they came there, the Ark wasn't there. Because the Ark would have been in Babylon. And it would have been on display for all the Babylonians and all their
trophy house.
It would have been in their trophy house, and they would have talked about the fact that they had the Ark. Okay? So we're going to sit back here and go to 2 Maccabees, chapter 2. 2 Maccabees, chapter 2, verse 1 through 8.
2 Maccabees chapter 2, verse 1 through 8. Verse 1. It is also found in the records that Jeremy the prophet commanded them that were carried away to take of the fire as it hath been signified. And how that the prophet, having given them the law, charged them not to forget the commandments of the Most High, and that they should not err in their minds when they see images of silver and gold with their ornaments.
So Jeremiah taught against idolatry. Read on.
And with other such speeches exhorted he them that the law should not depart from their hearts. It was also contained in the same writing that the prophet, being warned of the Most High, commanded the tabernacle and the ark to go with him as he went forth into the mountain.
So listen, which mountain? Read on.
Where Moses climbed up and saw the heritage of the Most High.
What mountain was where Moses saw the heritage of the Heavenly Father? Sinai. So listen, something happened to where the Most High allowed, I don't know how the hell the Most High even allowed Jeremiah to go into the damn temple. That's some Mission Impossible stuff. You know why? Because Jeremiah was public enemy number one.
Yeah.
He couldn't be seen in the temple. He couldn't be seen around the court. They were trying to kill him. So how the hell he got the Ark of the Covenant out of the temple and got it out of the city with nobody knowing and nobody stopping him? Well, or when nobody killing him, they were going to kill him on sight. Oh, this is some Harry Potter shit out here. The invisibility cloak got. Who's the invisibility cloak?
So, you had to be righteous enough to even touch that thing, right?
You couldn't touch it. You had to
touch the poles.
Yeah,
The
they
wood
had
poles.
poles, but wasn't people dying?
Yes, I'm gonna say this: the way they moved it back in the day, it was that David had people take 2 steps and stop, pick it up, 2 steps and stop,
Damn. Wow.
pick it up, 2 steps and stop. Because the last time they put on the cart and they was dancing and partying, and then the ark kind of wobbled, and the cat just by reflex tried to stop me. Oh, I'm dead. He died, right?
Yeah.
So that's what happened. And the reason they used the cart in the past is because the Philistines used the cart to send it back to Israel.
Yeah.
So they thought that was the way to do it. And they said, okay, next time we're going to do real gingerly. 2 steps stop. 2 steps, they take forever. But you know what? At least nobody died.
Yeah.
But I'm still trying to find out how the hell Jeremiah sat back. That was some damn Ocean's 12 stuff, or Ocean's 11 stuff. How the hell you break through that fort and get it out?
Or was the Babylonians had already invaded to where they had took out a lot of the priests that was guarding the ark?
There's no way Jeremiah could have got that away from those Babylonians. He had to have done it before. There's no way.
You must have saw it coming.
All that you think all that gold's going to walk past these Babylonians?
No.
And they're going to sit back here like, that gold can go. I take the little gold. I'm going to let that big gold go.
Especially when you ain't paid them tribute in 6 years.
That's my point. And the whole world knew that was our view of that was the Most High was with us.
Yep.
I don't know how he did it. I don't know how the hell Jeremiah pulled off that feat. The cloak of invisibility act? that's what you're saying. I don't know what the hell it is, but the Most High must have looked after him and got it done. I can't explain how he did it. You know, when you look at the temple, there are gates. There are gates that are along, that are around the outer court. There's one called the fish gate. There's a bunch of gates on the outside that they might have got it out and went through there and went up north and got around it somehow. And then went around this way. I don't know. But there are gates around the temple area.
Underground tunnels?
Bro, I don't even want to do some damn Indiana Jones type stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know how it happened.
There ain't no telling, man. I'm sure there was some very strange things going on, and maybe they were in cahoots with him. Hey, take this thing.
But one thing you do know is that according to Ethiopian legacy,
those guys. No, listen, first of all, the scripture says the thief cometh not but to steal, kill, and destroy.
Yeah.
I saw a report on that, and they had these two Hamite guards saying this is what the ark is. I'm like, you think the white man gonna sit back here and let 2 little Ethiopian guards get them in the way of the Ark of the Covenant?
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me. Right? We're gonna respect your belief. We know the ark's near. We're not gonna touch it.
Yeah.
You're right.
We'll see you later.
Bye-bye. They want your cobalt. They want your uranium.
Yeah.
They want all your natural resources. They want your gold. But we're gonna let you keep the ark there?
Want your lithium?
Get out of here, all right? There's no way in hell white man's gonna let them keep that ark there.
It's a little miniature version. Replica.
When they get it there, it's like a child's toy. You lied to us.
That is hilarious. But there's no way white man's gonna let that ark and that piece of historical content just let him have it forever.
Hitler wanted
And all these guys had was a staff.
Supposedly,
All they had was a staff and maybe some baby machete. That's gonna keep the white man from him. There's no way.
Yeah.
This guy had little turbans and something all holy. Get out of here,
I don't know the backstory. What was happening? Two guys on a mountain.
No, it's different variations of stories of where the ark is. You got a lot of people saying that they know where the ark is at.
Please.
And they say, for one, the Ethiopians say that they have it in the middle of Lake Victoria or Lake Chad. It's one of these lakes that they say the ark is in the lake. Then modern day stories say that the ark is in Ethiopia in some temple.
Yeah, in some temple. That's what I saw.
It's in a temple.
Come on,
bro.
bro.
But the only story that's accurate is what we're reading right now about what Jeremiah did with it.
So it's supposedly somewhere in
Mount Sinai.
No,
what
Mount
is Mount Sinai today? Is it a different name?
No.
It's the same one? Okay.
Yeah.
Now listen, let's read it. Let's continue. I guess I stopped because I just don't know how he got out of Jerusalem when they couldn't stand his guts. They couldn't stand Jeremiah. They wanted him dead. The priests wanted him dead. No, he only had one inside man. He had Shalom. He had Shalom's son. I'm sorry, Shalom's sons were cool with Jeremiah. So that was it. Maybe they got it out and met him outside.
Maybe they helped him.
He had an inside man.
They have help.
He had a couple inside men.
Yeah,
It's a better move, bro.
Because remember the scribes, a couple scribes were on his side. So maybe they did the jailbreak out. Let's continue.
Verse 4 again.
Yeah, verse 4.
2 Maccabees chapter 2, verse 4. It was also contained in the same writing that the prophet, being warned of the Most High, commanded the tabernacle and the ark to go with him, as he went forth into the mountain where Moses climbed up and saw the heritage of the Most High.
So they got the ark out of Jerusalem, and they went through all this damn that was a long trek, man. That wasn't some light trek. They get all the way to Sinai. Read on.
And when Jeremiah came thither, he found an hollow cave, wherein he laid the tabernacle and the ark and the altar of incense, and so stopped the door.
So he also took the altar of incense with him too. The main items of value
The holy item.
he got out of there. Okay, so it was the altar of incense, the ark of the covenant, and the tabernacle. Read on.
And some of those that followed him came to mark the way.
They were supposed to sit back here and mark the path so it wouldn't be forgotten. Read on.
This is a young man's
But
situation.
let's keep reading. Let's keep reading what happens.
And some of those that followed him came to mark the way, but they could not find it.
Listen, you had one job, B. You had one. Listen, get some marker. Get some marker. Get some damn what's that?
Etch and
Get some chalk. All you gotta do is get some chalk, man, and do some lines. That's all you had to do. And they boneheaded. Then they're like, it's a young man thing. Oh, Salakiak.
All your heart, side.
All you gotta do is follow the GPS.
Oh,
Look at the
my
map on your
God.
phone. Put it up on your phone.
Hey, that's where conspiracy starts. Right at that end.
I know.
No, we couldn't find it.
Exactly. But it lets you know there must have been a lot of small caves in Sinai. They must have had a bunch of different corridors that, for them not to be able to find it.
Unless God wanted to stop it right there.
Well, that too, but there must have been a lot of different corridors and paths
And take that
to get lost into it.
You needed an officer there. Right? You had a young man with no officer. Right?
Or remember when Christ sat back here and told all of his disciples not to fall asleep?
Yeah.
They all fell asleep?
Yeah.
Most High made that happen.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a young man thing on purpose, so somebody wouldn't come back and figure it out.
Yeah, he just said, let me just end it here.
Kind. So, because most of them didn't want that to be anybody's.
Yeah.
But let's continue.
They would have said, I know that's how I was doing.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure somebody's read this and they've been on the expeditions in Sinai.
They never found that.
Sure.
Like this is Uncharted Part 3. You know what I mean? They just sit back here, they're on the hunt to try to find these treasures.
Yeah.
It's like that message that self-destructs. When
Yeah, in my 6 type stuff.
Yeah.
But let's keep going.
Verse 7. Which when Jeremiah perceived, he blamed them, saying,
He's out checking. Like, what are y'all doing, man? You got one job. Damn, you didn't even like have a footprint. You can't have footprints and follow it. Yeah. Damn, because he's like, man, we're going to bring it back in 70 years. So what are you doing?
Ain't nobody gonna find it out.
That's what I'm saying. The Lord says it's gonna be 7 years. It's gonna be okay. We can't even find no more. It's over.
Could have left the map.
Yeah.
It must have been a lot of mazes, for them to get that lost that quick, But continue.
which when Jeremiah perceived, he blamed them, saying, as for that place, it shall be unknown until the time that the Most High gather his people again together and receive them unto mercy.
Bro, and that ain't happened yet, bro. Yeah. This must have happened before 598 BC, and it still ain't been uncovered. And I'm pretty sure people have looked for it, and the Most High kept it hidden. That's really what this is.
It's also a weapon. And that's why it's also powerful, because the Ark of the Covenant represented the most formidable weapon that the children of Israel possessed. Because when you open that lid up, when you lift it off the ground, the Most High, his spirit will go forth and kill your enemies.
Yep.
Then you put it back down, and then you just see a bunch of dead bodies.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So every time you lift it up, people die in the midst of war.
Yep.
So they use it as a weapon. So Esau would love to have something like that.
Oh yeah.
In his
You remember Indiana Jones, the first one, right?
Yeah.
It was about. Was it the first one?
The Holy Cup, the Holy Grail.
Yeah. No, not the Holy Grail. Was the first one. The first one was about the Ark. They said the Germans got the Ark.
The Germans got it. Yeah.
The Germans got the Ark. I remember that. That was
Well,
what it was about.
that's the folklore.
That's the folklore.
That was the folklore. Exactly. Anyway, let's finish this up, man. That's why they made all those weapons and all the mechanics and science.
Tesla made a death ray. And,
I saw a show where they were
trying to
trying
replicate
say
that concept.
Yeah.
what was in that box was a nuclear device.
It was potent.
Yeah.
But let's finish it up.
Anyway, yeah.
Verse 8. Then shall the Lord show them these things, and the glory of the Most High shall appear, and the cloud also, as it showed under Moses.
So what it's saying is, listen, the ark's going to be discovered when the cloud comes out. Not when we get unified and get brought back into our land 70 years after we were captured.
Oh, really? Okay.
No, either we're going to find this out when the clouds come. When do the clouds come? When Christ comes back.
Christ comes back.
That's when we're going to get the ark back. Read on.
And the clouds also, as it was showed under Moses, and as when Solomon desired that the place might be honorably sanctified.
So what he's saying is when Solomon came down and everything was finalized, that's when the cloud came down at that time also, after his speech. Or when the cloud came down, that's when Solomon began his speech. So we're like, I guess when the clouds come back is when we'll have an opportunity to see the ark again.
What is that? Like God's personal space?
No, it's a mercy seat. And what that and when you read the scripture, the Most High speaks off the mercy seat. Mm-hmm. When the priest would speak, they would know the Most High was there in their presence, because from the middle of the mercy seat, which is the lid of the ark, the Most High's voice would come out through the middle of the between these two cherubims.
Oh, really?
The Most High's voice would be heard directly off the top of the mercy seat. So that's how they communicated with the Most High. It's like a telephone, but the most spiritual telephone you can imagine. Mm-hmm. When you ask the Most High a question, His voice would come through between the cherubims on top of the mercy seat.
And only
the high priest
had the ability to communicate with the Most High through the cherubims on top of the mercy seat.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
And you can only go there once a year.
And I thought it opened. Like,
nah, if you was dead, if you touch it, you can't get in there.
Right. I heard the stories, but I mean, there's nothing's inside of it.
Yeah.
I mean, what's inside
the,
of it?
the rod of Aaron, the commandments.
Really?
Oh, there's something else.
10 Commandments, rod of Aaron that budded, and
gosh, there's one more thing.
The serpent was gotten away with, right?
Yeah, that's serpent because they got rid of that because Israel was idolizing that.
yeah.
Wow.
Oh, it's Meshutan.
This is what we serve. It's not Moses. It's the snake and the rod on it.
Yeah, the brazen serpent.
Yeah, there's something else I just can't remember right now. But we know it's the
Aaron's rod, the commandments in there, and there's something else in
and
there.
that was it. And then he would speak through the top of that.
Yes.
Okay.
Through the lid. The lid is called the mercy seat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you had your hand up, sis?
I was just going to say, what were the commandments that you said?
The 10 Commandments. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was that Moses wrote down from the Most High up in Sinai.
But it was in there.
Any other questions?
It said a jar of manna.
Maybe the manna was there. Okay.
Yeah, I believe
manna that remained.
That sounds familiar.
Any other questions? All right. So listen. We're finished with Jehoiakim. We're going to briefly go into Jehoiakim next week and probably filter into Zedekiah. And by the time we get to Zedekiah, it's like the lowest of the low left in Israel. And
it's at a gas station left. That was all.
it was just the least and the lowest of our people, because the best were taken during the first wave in 598 and the second wave in 597. We're gonna go into some dark times for Jeremiah, and 11 more years of not listening coming up.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah.
Just a quick question. Zedekiah was the brother of Jehoiakim, right?
No, Joachim. Yes, because the power went from Joachim to his son Jehoiakim. Yeah. Then it got ripped from there and went back to Josiah's son Zedekiah, which was like really one of the older sons. Yeah. But he got passed over multiple times because he just wasn't a responsible guy.
He wasn't the guy. He wasn't him. Like
this guy was really weak. Guy.
He wasn't him.
Oh, really?
Zedekiah was really weak. The oldest son was the first guy that died a political prisoner in Egypt. He was the best of the worst. Shalom, that was his name.
Wow.
And then Zedekiah was like the out of the 4 kids, he was number 4. He was the oldest, but he was number 4 in virtue. Because the men of the people is the ones. The people. It says the people chose Shalom because he was the better caliber guy.
Oh, okay.
But Nico had to show his power and take him out quick. And then he put a lesser guy in Jehoiakim, and it just kept getting lesser. Matter of fact, there was one more other son that never got a chance to lead. How bad was he?
Yeah, he got sent off.
No, it was a 4th son that was talked about in Chronicles. How bad was he? He wouldn't even thought about to take the lead. Right?
Damn.
This guy must have been really bad. So Zedekiah was the best of the worst left of the people. And we're going to start seeing more and more how the mob mentality kind of controlled Zedekiah's decision making. He was even more of a puppet governor than Jehoiakim was. All right. Any other questions? Majim, Wapanya, Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
All right. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh,
In the name of Yahweh,
please listen to us right now.
please listen to us right now.
Send Micaiah
Send Micaiah
and the righteous angels
and the righteous angels
to watch over, bless,
Heal.
protect, and make strong, the people of Yahshua.
the people of Yahshua.
Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh shall come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always, and forever. Amen. Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai. Ahawah. Nothing
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives to us the law.
Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai. Ahawah. Nothing
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives us the light to see.
Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai. Ahawah. Nothing Ha'ayim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai. Ahawah. Nothing Shemon. Zayat. Lamashach. Yashua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name. O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning. And thy faithfulness every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp. With the solemn sound. For thou Yahweh hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not. Neither doth the fool understand this. When the wicked spring is the grass, and when all the works of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo thine enemies, O Yahweh, for lo thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt, like the horn of a unicorn. unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
They shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushai.
By Hashem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hamahawa.
Hamahawa.
Laduad.
Laduad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawab.
Tawab.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gum.
Gum.
Yakad.
Yakad.
Kashaman.
Kashaman.
Hatawab.
Hatawab.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hara'as.
Hara'as.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharan.
Aharan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Paya.
Paya.
Manawaf Yawa.
Manawaf Yawa.
Katar.
Katar.
Karamwan.
Karamwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Aroria.
Aroria.
Tazayawan.
Tazayawan.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawah.
Tazawah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Af. Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayayam.
Kayayam.
Habalam.
Habalam.
Basham Yahshai.
By Hashem Yahushai. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded a blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Basham Yahshai.
Yahweh Basham Yahshai.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Basham.
Basham.
Yahshai.
Yahshai.
Rakhneo.
Rakhneo.
Rashralet.
Rashralet.
Rabiat.
Rabiat.
Support.
Support.
Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Basham.
Basham.
Yahshai.
Yahshai.
Rakhneo.
Rakhneo.
Rashralet.
Rashralet.
Rabiat.
Rabiat.
Support.
Support.
Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Basham.
Basham.
Yahshai.
Yahshai.
Rakhneo.
Rakhneo.
Rashralet.
Rashralet.
Rabiat.
Rabiat.
Support. Turn. Yahweh. Basham.
Basham.
Yahshai.
Yahshai.
Rakhneo. Rashralet. Rabiat.
Rabiat.
Support. Barak Yahweh.
Barak Yahweh.
Barak Yahushai.
Barak Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh.
Barak Yahweh.
Barak Yahushai.
Barak Yahushai.
All knowledge.
All knowledge.
All wisdom.
All wisdom.
All understanding.
All understanding.
All patience.
All patience.
All mercy.
All mercy.
All love.
All love.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From your house.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From your house.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From your house.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Water.
Water.
Yad.
Yad.
Aman. Circle up. Yep.
Sorting out in the heavenly order, Yahweh, Shai, Allah, meaning of Israel, Imagine, Barak,
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Baratam. Kwabishal.
Might have been taught to the face sisters can stand, might have been Shabbat. Sorting out in the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Imagine, Barak,
Yahweh Shema Alatham by Hashem Yahushai. Yes, Matap. Dismiss. Fall out. Shalom, Israel. Hope everybody see you all on Monday. Talk to you soon. Shalom.